Got a square on the leg side for 2. 62 for 1. Bancroft moves to 27. Phillips moves to 17. And we can welcome listeners to the streams. Naming no names. Ed Seaborn forgot to plug it in. Hello, everyone.
Well, I got everything up and running on the BBC website.
You did.
Oh dear, sorry.
Chapel End. Bowls now, and forward goes Bancroft, pushing away into the offside in the rounds. Yeah, I think Middlesex. I don't know. I genuinely have no idea what anything in the Middlesex. I haven't gone and asked. Quiet word. Go on, give us a little hint. Give us a clue. I would imagine the first thought will be, well, all of a sudden, 2 wickets, 2 balls, they're 3 down.
Only another 17 to go.
There's a bonus point on the board. So, yeah. There are many ways you could look at this, actually, now I start to think it through. Slipping a gully in place as Helms in, bowls, and forward goes Bancroft defending. There's no run. Should Middlesex go out there and actually pick up, I don't know, those 2 wickets, they've got a point, and all of a sudden they pick up a couple more, and 5 down Gloucestershire, 150 for 5, let's say. And Middlesex go through them and pick up maximum bowling points, and then turn around to Gloucester and say, so what about setting up something now then? Well, Gloucestershire's hand will be strengthened by the fact they say, well, look at how difficult it is to bat out there. So we're not going to chase that much. As here's Helm in bowls. Forward goes Bancroft, pushing into the offside. So if Middlesex were to go out there now in pursuit of bowling points ahead of some sort of contrived result, then they would actually weaken their hand by rattling through and picking up bonus points.
Well, their hand's probably less strong in a way than Gloucestershire's, because they're requiring Gloucestershire to be quite generous to them in terms of, first of all, what runs Gloucestershire would be interested in chasing, and then also that Gloucestershire would continue to obligingly lose wickets in chasing it.
Helm bowls, wrapping Bancroft on the pad. It looked quite high, but they asked the question nonetheless. Were you finished? Sorry, I thought you were still going there.
No, I basically finished. I could elaborate on that, but yeah, I mean, essentially, Middlesex probably are in a position where, realistically, given especially what's happening at Old Trafford, where...
What's happening? Are they more than 7 down?
I think it's 7 down, but they're at lunch, so they'll be coming back out in 10 minutes there. So Glamorgan need 3 wickets to win that game. It really does put them quite a long way out of sight of Gloucestershire, really.
Helm in bowls and halfway forwards this one. A defensive shot into the offside from Bancroft, ends the over, 62 for 1.
So they're already 29 points ahead of Gloucestershire coming into this round, and a possibility of...
We like possibilities.
Well, I'm not sure Gloucestershire like this particular possibility, but they're going to take, 20 points, I think, from that game. Gloucestershire, of course, can pick up bonus points here, but 8 for the draw, 3 they've already got. Let's say they get another 2 or 3 points. You know, that's still, a 6-point gain or something like that. De Carey's new over, and dug out by Phillips, really, to the bowler. So, what was that again? 29 points originally, gain another 6, 35. You know, you're getting onto the stage with 3 rounds to go where you almost can't make that up, really, not considering the fact that Gloucestershire don't play Glamorgan again, as Phillips back in defending this next one. So they could frame it as, if you really want something set up here, then you're going to have to lessen the target for us being Gloucestershire and you being Middlesex. As Phillips defends gently into the offside.
There's no eye inside it.
No. I'm giving a insight into what the extensive negotiations might be like. De Carey's to Phillips, who prods forward an appeal for LBW, but somewhat theatrical from Cracknell behind the stumps there. I'm guessing, even if they weren't bat involved. Phillips's stride forward looked to be taking him across the crease as well. It seemed particularly convincing. Sun's out though, which is good, continuing to dry the outfield, and judging by Williamson's slide earlier on, it still needs some drying as Phillips gets another lunge forward and defends back to the bowler. So yeah, there's quite a lot of trickiness involved in setting anything up, basically. De Carey's bowls, Phillips back, whipping this one through the onside. The outfield will not be especially quick, but oh, it's just as it gone. No, not quite. Cornwell diving away out there, just getting enough of a hand on it to keep it from crossing over the boundary. In fact, no, he didn't. Did go for 4. It looked as if it had rolled against the rope, and no. Oh, they put 4 up on the scoreboard. I thought I must have missed the umpire signalling the boundary. It's gone back to 2 again. Right, 64 for 1. 2 to Phillips. He's on to 19. And Bancroft has 27. A good-looking shot from Phillips, and any other day of the festival, that would have comfortably gone for 4 down that hill, but that's the place where this outfield will be its dampest. So not a great deal of surprise that it was a bit sluggish out there. Helm bowls to Bancroft. This is clipped away into a stacked onside for no run. 2 short mid-wickets and a mid-on.
I've got my wires in a mess. Sorry. Back with you now.
That makes 2 of us then, so far today.
Well, yes.
Not plugged in one particular wire.
Here is Helm turning again. Yeah, it was a big old appeal that for LBW, wasn't it? Helm's in, bowls. Oh, rapping on the pads now, leg side. Says umpire Redfern. Bancroft looking to clip. The ball falls square of the wicket. Square leg holds them to a single. To a leg by.
Yeah, so of course, thinking about bonus points Gloucestershire-wise, always very exciting when you're just thinking about bonus points. How many overs have they got? Well, they're going to have, what, 90 overs. They're not going to have 110 to accrue their bonus points, so it's not as though they can get a huge number themselves.
Helm bowls, and hits Phillips, who was trying to flick that away with a hook, really, but a no-look hook. I'd say that carefully. And it thumps somewhere on the shoulder, I reckon. Are you looking at the replay?
I'm going to try it and do so. Sharp from Helm, but he just looked a bit, I don't know, whether he was a little bit surprised by a bit of extra bounce, but it looked as if he was getting himself in quite a good position to play the shot, and then all of a sudden it leapt on him.
Helm's in, bowls, and past the hip of Phillips down the leg side, trying to help it on its way. There was a cry from somewhere for catch. 65 for 1. A blustery day, as you may well hear from our effects mic.
Yes, it's a chilly breeze.
Oh, chilly today, are we?
Yep, we are. Is it ill wind that does nobody any good, something like that? Helm bowls. This is flicked off the pad by Phillips down to a very fine leg. Didn't get a great deal of bat on that, but just a little touch. 66 for 1.
Apologies. My biscuit was chewier than I realised. Defending to mid-off, no run. So mid-on, square leg and long leg completed the field. It's very much a bowl on a length, just full of at the stumps field. From Helm, banging the occasional short one as he did. Nathan Fernandez runs something out for Middlesex. Ben Geddes there, whose birthday it was yesterday, announced yesterday. Saw on social media that he'll be the one-day captain for Middlesex in the Metrobank competition, one-day cup starting, well, for Middlesex next Wednesday against Somerset at Radlett. A couple of home games to begin. Look forward to that greatly. Phillips 20, Bancroft 27 and 66 for 1. Are you cashing in now?
Yeah, go on.
Here's De Carey's. His right arm over Bowles and back him right up to this. Phillips turns a single out to deep mid-wicket, deep square, swoops in. Oh, you'd have felt silly if that took a wicket, that ball, wouldn't you?
Well, I think you'd have... I would have felt as though I donated you an exciting moment. Was it just the one I ended up doing, or two? I think it was two I ended up doing last over, so go on, let's make it up immediately.
Are you cashing them both in now?
Make it up immediately.
Here's De Carey's, he's in Bowles, and this ball's pushed away into the offside, and there's no one. If we're doing this already to keep ourselves amused, Ed, what on earth are we going to do later? No, there could be a good day to come here.
Could be. Yep.
We're not sure how, but... well, we're not, are we?
There
There could be.
De Carey's bowls, and Bancroft will work this one down to mid-on, and there's no run. There's a way that it certainly could be, but it's always so tricky when you end up with these low overs chases, in that you feel as though, unless there is that agreement that the side is just going to keep going for it regardless of how many wickets they're down, there's mostly one side that should win. Bancroft goes for the big one. He's slammed it over mid-on. It's not absolutely middled it, but he cleared mid-on pretty comfortably. Bounds away 3 or 4 times and over the rope at long on. So Bancroft happy to open his shoulders. Gloucestershire do have to score fairly quickly if they want points themselves. As I say, they'll have 90 overs basically to score whatever points they can achieve. 71 for 1, and they're only going at, well, just under 3 at the moment. As Bancroft's forward, lunging at that one somewhat. Bat maybe not coming down quite as straight as some, but wasn't really too much of an alarm there. So 5 runs off this. De Carey's over, last ball coming in now, and Bancroft looking for that quick single up to mid-on, who's pushed back a couple of steps, but De Carey's stops it in its tracks. So 71 for 1. Not many people in today, as you'd imagine. I'm sure there will be a few who'll be tuning in later on if things do get exciting, but it's chilly, it's windy, and, well, at this point, with only 63 overs to play with, it seems as though we are just going for points in the table, but still, come on down.
Well, we're in the heart of Gloucestershire.
This is the last day of Championship cricket at the Cheltenham Festival.
Ever?
This year.
Oh, Ed, thought you were breaking news there. Oh, it'd be sad to see it go, wouldn't it? It really would, even though this week's been a bit of a pain. Here's Helm, but that's the weather's fault, not Cheltenham College's. As Helm's in, Bowles short, hooked, fine, long leg, steps around a couple of places. Luke Holman to collect.
Yeah, it certainly won't have
Single taken.
Done a great deal of good losing what we did yesterday and what we have done so far today.
Well, we still await news of next season's scheduling, don't we, and whether there will be a reduction in games. If there were to be a reduction in games, then it puts a further nail in the coffin of outground cricket, doesn't it? Here's Helm, he's in, Bowles, and forward goes Bancroft, pushing away into the offside. There's no, because of a 14 game this season, well, it's effectively 13, because this week hasn't been a game, really, has it? It's been a glorified net to this stage, hasn't it, really?
Yeah, I think the feeling seems to be, because of the way that the test summer will be next year, that effectively the only time that Cheltenham can happen is late August.
Oh. What's the test summer got to do with Cheltenham?
Because of where the 100 will be. So the 100 will be a little bit earlier, starting at the end of July.
Helm bowls, and this ball's turned to square leg, where it's fielded by Kane Williamson. There's no run.
So we'll be playing One Day Cup at this point already next year, which means that the end July slot's out. I'm guessing that the end June slot, assuming that that still happens at all, is just simply too close to term time to actually prepare the square.
His helm bowls, forward goes Bancroft, pushing back to him. There's no run, he leaves it from mid-off in the end.
And so, yeah, the Cheltenham game or games would have to happen when the championship resumes, as it did last year, with the that extra round that then moves from this point to late August.
Helm up to the crease, bowls, and this ball's pushed back up the track, and there's no run. Let's have a look to see Division 2 averages this year. How many innings batters have actually had? So we're now into August. After today, no championship cricket until the start of September. So by the start of September, just picking out names, Bancroft's played 10 games. He's had 17 innings. Is that enough innings in an English summer? 17 innings as he'd go into the start of September, as his helm past the umpire, he bowls, and that's a forward defence. Bat and pads tightly together from Bancroft, which got a yelp from behind the stumps as it was very much inside of the bat. The ball's defended into the offside and there's no run. Daniel Bell-Drummond's played 10 matches, so he's actually had 20 innings in that time, but I think that speaks to the woes of Kent. Every match it's required to bat twice.
Possibly, yeah. I was thinking, it's not as though Bancroft could have had much more.
Bracey's 11th match, 18 innings. Bohannon's 11th match, 21 innings, fair enough. Budinger, 11 matches, 18 innings. Kyril Carson, 11 matches, 18 innings. Is that really enough? You know, you talk about we play too much cricket in this country. I don't think if you ask any of these batters, especially when it hits first week of September, let's say it's pouring with rain that week, he gets to the end of the week and the end of the season's nigh. Yeah, any of these batters will say they've had anywhere near enough cricket this summer.
De Carey's to Phillips bowls. Phillips back, defending into the ground, square on the offside.
So you take that to next season, and you know, again, you throw in a game like this, which you've always got to, whether it's at Cheltenham, it could be at Lords, it could be at Bristol, it could be anywhere. There'll be a wash. Exactly. You'll get at least one. At least.
De Carey's in, Phillips skipping down, but then only defending back to the bowler. Yeah, I mean, last year we had 4 days completely washed out at Derby. Previous year, no play.
Well, that was probably a blessing, to be fair.
But no play 4 days at Bristol against Yorkshire. As Phillips is forward and pushing this one to mid-wicket. Yeah, I don't know. There's no, I don't. There's consistent fixation, of course, on the number of games that they play in the Sheffield Shield.
You went all Coronation Street there for a minute, didn't you?
De Carey's bowling down the pitch, Phillips, and trying to muller this one away, and doesn't get very much of it. It's gone straight along the ground and up to mid-on.
Mullered. A bit like you at the Montpellier wine bar last night. A good evening?
It was a very good evening, thank you, yes. Not at the Montpellier wine bar,
but mullered.
De Carey's bowls, and Phillips defends. Shallow bat angle back to the bowler. I'm not quite sure what to resume on now. Number of championship innings or
digging your way out of last night?
Yesterday evening.
I think
no, had a very leisurely evening, actually. De Carey's bowl's wedged by Phillips. It goes down along the ground and wide of slip. Despite the slow nature of the outfield, the ball is almost to the boundary. Just scooped back in time. And they've sprinted through for 3, so 75 for 1. Phillips has 25, just the 1 wicket gone in this innings, which happened about 5 days ago, as Charlesworth left a ball from De Carey's. The first ball he bowled, wasn't it? bowled him off stump to one that didn't turn. Out for 18.
A leisurely evening yesterday. Well, that's why we all want to hear about that and not Division 2 averages, Ed. What leisurely activities did you get up to last night then?
Well, we started off by finishing watching the test match. That was good viewing.
Mm-hmm. Are you going to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your retelling of last night?
There's genuinely nothing. We sat around a table and we talked for quite a long time.
About what?
Things people talk about when they sit around tables.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Tell us. 75 for 1. Here's Helm. Helm's in, right arm over. He bowls, and this is eased away into the offside by Phillips on 25. No run.
Was your night in the hotel agreeable last night?
It was. I watched the cricket. Did some work.
Did some work.
Yeah. Went for a swim.
What's your preferred stroke of choice?
I'm going to say front crawl, even though that's not what I did last night, but I know what you're up to. I see your game, Ed. I will not rise to it. Here's Helm. I will not fall for that trap. Here's Helm in bowls, and this ball's eased back at a point by Phillips. Look for a couple here, down to the vacant deep third. Holden retreats from backward point, have a couple. 77 for 1. Have we checked on Reed's relegation Rovers of late?
No, they will have started after. Oh, they're 8 down now.
8 down.
And who's out? It is Harris. He's gone. The last top order bat has been dismissed. So there's just Balderson,
Glammy are on
Hartley,
their way.
and then Jimmy to come with 189 required.
Here's Helm in bowls, and this ball's eased away. Down to deep third, much finer on this occasion. That one will get away, I think, despite the chase. It is damp down there. It's the lowest point of the ground, isn't it? But it beats the chase of the two fielders from slip and backward point. 81 for 1. What are you chuckling at?
Joe Phillips played club cricket for Bedminster, don't you know?
Oh, was that the cry from the crowd there?
Hence the excitement. Just think what it's going to be like when Ollie Price comes out next.
Goodness me.
Price and Phillips. No, Matthew's in great voice today. I'm sure delighted to get some cricket to watch at least.
Helm hits the crease. Bumper. Underneath it goes Phillips through to the gloves of Cracknell. Lancashire, they've just not been the same since Dane retired, have they? He has sat 2 seats from me now. I did text
he's not listening to you.
No, I know. Very few
Don't blame him.
Very few do, Ed. I did text Scott Reed and say, if you're not going to do it for me, do it for Dane, Scott. Come on, save the game. Dig in. It is Old Trafford, so there's hope yet. As long as there's a wicket left, there's hope yet. England's wettest ground, isn't it? In fact, no, I think it is the West County, but the county where the most overs are lost is indeed Glamorgan, the team they're playing. Helm around the wicket. Bowls a bouncer up on his toes. Phillips manages to get right on top of that one. Falls away into the offside.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Oh, my word, there's a wasp trying to land in your hair.
That's all right, won't do any damage up there, will it? Oh, might do some damage there, though. Go away, go away. What's it after?
Oh.
You do like a swat at a wasp, don't you?
Well, I actually hit that one on the head, but it's coming back again.
Can you swat it when it's in front of you, not me?
I swatted it away, and then it came back. I can't be responsible for its choice to continue to attack you. It doesn't seem to be very interested in me. I'm trying to do you a favour.
Stung now. Here's Helm. He's around the wicket again. Another bumper. There's a deep square and a long leg, as well as a leg gully and a short leg. Short mid-wicket, not far away. Carey's taken off his cap. Ready to go again, 81 for 1.
Has anyone ever been stung on air before? It's not quite like ball smashing into window with Edward Bevan, is it? But it depends how you respond, doesn't it?
Well, I'd say it'd be a lot worse. Although, I suppose, flying glass. But it never hit, never landed, fortunately. Poor old Ed.
And what would his voice sound like if it were crossed with Kevin Howell's?
It would sound like Windsor Davis, as we've established in this match. I'm not doing it again. He hasn't replied to me, Hal, since I told him I did that.
Surprised. De Carey's into Bancroft, back and defending. Don't face too much of De Carey's as Bancroft. He did take him for that 4 over mid-on. A few of the Gloucestershire players around for a wander. De Carey's bowls, reverse sweep from Bancroft, makes good connection. Oh, don't do that. Kane Williamson's just tried to boot the ball away on a slide tackle. Ooh. On the square there. Gosh, better off just letting it go, I think. I'm not sure he was ever really getting there. It was well played by Bancroft. It's gone down for 4. But second time that Kane Williamson seems to be desperate to try and injure himself on the outfield. 85 for 1. Gosh, I can still see the point that he made that first dive down there. The right mess of it he has.
Oh, I see the first one. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, not that one. No. The square would definitely have won that encounter. Bancroft has 35. As De Carey's bowls to him, Bancroft back into his crease and playing this one watchfully to mid-wicket. So certainly Bancroft seems keen to move things along a little against the spinner. It's a rather different feel from when De Carey's was bowling in his previous spell. As Bancroft, oh gosh, goes for an enormous swish into the onside, and I think it's come off the toe end of the bat along the ground to mid-off. That shot was aimed not only for the Sanford Road, but into the hospital buildings.
He can keep doing that, can't he? Middlesex won't mind that at all.
He's just trying to entertain. De Carey's bowls down the pitch. Bancroft flicking past mid-wicket. Half stop there, so Bancroft pounces on that and ends up through for a single, and the 50 partnership is up between Bancroft and Phillips. 112 balls, but most of those faced the evening before last. De Carey's was certainly going past the edge a lot on that occasion. Phillips back and defending once again, 86 for 1. Pitch, of course, undercover for best part of a day and a bit, and it still has to be said, despite the look of it on day one, it hasn't played any differently to me to just a normal Cheltenham pitch.
Well, it had a day under covers, didn't it, when it probably... You often talk about a pitch sweating, don't you, that maybe something will happen. But this one probably needed a day of baking, a day or 3 of baking sun on it, maybe to cause any deterioration. What it probably didn't need with a kookaburra in hand was moisture. Yeah, not the best, is it, for the kookaburra ball? Helm continues down the hill from away to our left.
Is he going to bang it in short at Bancroft?
Warm your hands up. We're on the balcony at deep square. There is a deep mid-wicket getters. Deep square is Williamson, long leg is Holman. And Helm bowls it onto the legs. It's tickled down to Holman for a single. There was a deepish mid-on in Cornwall.
Either that or he was just looking to get Bancroft off strike. It's probably the best way to do it. Just bowl it at Bancroft's hip and
let him have a
set everybody back on the leg side. Because if you watch him play 50 over cricket, he'll score his boundaries, but he'll find some sort of a way of nudging just about every ball off his hip for a single that he doesn't hit for 4.
See that young 12-year-old that became the first medalist in the swimming championships overnight, China?
No, didn't.
Chinese. 12-year-old. Bronze medal secured.
That puts that 14-year-old cricketer who's making all the headlines to shame.
There we go. Helms around the wicket, bowls, and Phillips ducks underneath the bouncer. What were you doing at 12, Ed?
I was hard at work at school.
Oh, you swat.
I had
Yeah,
to
so
be,
was
because at 12 I was still being taught by my parents.
Ah, I see. So you weren't at school?
Huh?
Or they were teachers?
No, they
your
were
parents?
teachers
Okay.
at the school.
They were telling me you're
Heck.
homeschooled.
No, no.
Would have explained a lot. Here's Helm, number 24 in the 11th. He's past the umpire, bowls, and up on his toes and edging just shy of Robson is Phillips. Cry catch went up. He was trying to ride the bounce, but he didn't do it particularly well. Very nearly offered the chance for Robson to snare one, but they pick up a couple. And Phillips is on to 33, 89 for one. Gloucestershire's pursuit of maximum batting points continues.
Just trying to do that. That was a weird one. He
was looking just to run it.
Yeah, he got onto his toes, jumped backwards, dabbed it down, and
It got big on him.
carried a little bit further than I think he meant it to. But yeah, that's never an edge that's going to carry.
It wasn't far off, was it not? Or was it way off? Okay. Helms in, bowls, and
Wow.
Phillips swats at a hook, and it hits somewhere on the leg of short leg, who doesn't rub it at all, just takes off the helmet coolly, Getters, and tosses it to the keeper, and then steps back to, well, let's see where he goes, because it's Bancroft on strike now. Phillips has the single as the ball deflected away safely through square leg.
Well, I guess what I mean is, yeah, it wasn't massively close, but the way that he played it with that angle, especially with a 31 over-old Kookaburra, yeah, not quite sure how that would ever have quite carried, but just didn't quite get it as square as he was looking.
Helm to Bancroft with a short mid wicket, a silly mid on, and a forward defence which drops at behind the flap of his back pad, kneels down on one knee to let it roll out.
Doesn't need to. It's dead ball, but everyone gets really
When it gets stuck in
quite
behind. Yeah.
yes, quite anxious with that, because I think in that moment there's still that part of you that thinks this can't go onto the stumps. It can never go onto the stumps. As soon as it stops in there, it's dead. Don't panic.
Mr. Mannering is Helm, last ball of the 11th, he bowls, and this is run away down to the vacant third for 4 by Bancroft now. He moves to 41 from 87. Middlesex, Gloucestershire, my apologies, are 94 for 1. That is the end of the 31st over. Kookaburra has been virtually extinct for 11 overs.
Must drive you up the wall, that, mustn't it? As Tom Helm, who's not slow, and then he sees somebody just playing with the outside edge with just no care in the world, because he knows that an edge, even if he gets a fine nick on it, it's not going to carry.
Yeah, so basically for 10 or 15 overs we can call it a Kookaburra. Thereafter we need to call it a dodo, don't we? It's extinct for the remainder of its time. So yeah, what do Middlesex do? How quickly do they turn to spin at both ends? It's De Carey's continuing from the college lawn end, the college car park end as it is for the festival. Bit of a mud patch yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah. De Carey's bowls to Phillips, charging down and has edged that between the keeper and slip and down to the boundary. I think he's got something on that, hasn't he? Yeah, 4 runs. Well, how was that squeaked through? It looked as if he was just completely beaten there.
How wide is Higgins standing, I guess? There's not much of a gap there. It's just one of those, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, just a little edge that's just past the shin of Cracknell. I don't think you'd find too many keepers who'd be getting a glove on that, but it's one of those, if you just hope that you get a tiny glove on it and it just happens to deflect a slip, but went very quickly. 98 for 1. De Carey's bowls. Phillips back into his crease and playing this one defensively backward of square.
That fine of slip is too fine, isn't it?
Oh yeah, you're never catching.
They're one of those. Had he have caught that, you'd be describing it as a worldie. And likewise, Cracknell behind the stumps.
Or if he just sticks his leg out and gets a little deflection. De Carey's bowls. Phillips is forward playing back to him. Occasionally you see those sorts of ones, don't you, where the keeper's just. But especially because Phillips was down the pitch, if it was from his crease and he does that, then maybe he'd be more likely to just try and kick it and deflect it. Phillips forward to defend again. Yeah, they've certainly looked to try and get after the Careys in a way that they didn't a couple of evenings ago, and he's had a little bit of joy as De Careys, but still no wickets today as Phillips clips this one to mid-wicket. I'm still excited by Phillips, who's 21 years old. He seems to get a good start in basically all his innings as he drives this one to backward point, and there's no run. And I'm sure that as his career goes on, that he'll develop those attacking shots.
Yeah.
At the moment, he's obviously got a technique that works pretty well for him. He's not looking like a natural thrasher. I've seen him for a fair bit now, but so what? He'll learn his game, and he'll develop a way of scoring quickly. I'm sure there's clearly plenty there, and I think he's batted in a few positions now, but 3 doesn't seem like a bad spot for him. I'm sure he would be more than happy to open, and has opened before, so it's always handy to have somebody who can bat anywhere in that top 3, and he's done well at 3 in this festival. 2 half-centuries against Lancashire and 38 here.
Noah Cornwell, he's replacing Tom Helm, none for 19 from 4 for Cornwell so far. He's going to begin around the wicket to Bancroft, left arm around to the right-hander. There's a gully, a backward point, an extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square and long leg. And here is Cornwell. Smooth, rhythmical approach. He's in, bowls, and forward goes Bancroft, driving back to mid-off, or defending back to mid-off, really. Just the full face of the bat. Push back.
Lancashire are 9 down.
Come on, Lancashire.
Hartley bowled Kellaway 5.
Oh.
So Balderson and Anderson, the last pair.
Here's Cornwell turning again. In now bowls, and forward goes the right-handed Bancroft, pushing back up the track. There's no run again.
3 for 72 for Kellaway, who had a rare quiet game with the bat. Just got the 1 wicket in the first innings. Not a surprise to see him at the forefront of things for Glamorgan on the final day.
Length ball down the leg side from Cornwell. Bancroft tries to help it on its way through to the gloves of the keeper. No run.
I wonder if Anderson's brought out his reverse sweep yet. He's got double spin on. Sorry, we should be focusing on this game,
going.
I'm sure. Shouldn't be directing people to other games. You should stay here.
Well, by the sounds of it, it's not going to last long there as Cornwell's in, bowls, and Bancroft defends to mid-wicket off the back foot. There's no run.
But of course, every ball of every game on the BBC Sport website, the County Championship. Certainly look to get after Crane more in the second innings. 2 for 101 in 17th over, but although they've scored 300, their task was rather steeper than that.
Comes Cornwell. This is pushed back by Bancroft once more. No run. 28 for 1 it is. I just spotted a rather ominous looking figure on the far side of the ground, clad in black sunglasses on. Very much a CIA feel about the match referee, Jason Swift. Here's Cornwell in bowls, and this is pushed back into the onside. There's no one. I've just snapped a picture of him.
Yeah, was he expecting a true VIP? Unlike yourself, Kevin, obviously. I don't think we've got any of the bargain hunters again today. I think that was the first couple of days. Middle 2 days, anyway. I think had them for days 1 and 2. The stars of bargain hunt in one of the tents over on the far side. A huge amount going on in those tents today. In fact, one of them is basically completely closed. No change from the college lawn end yet, as Phillips clips into the onside. It was in the air for a wee while, well short of mid-wicket. And Phillips facing once more down the pitch and trying to thrash this one out through the covers, and ends up looking here, there and everywhere trying to find where the ball had gone, because he was looking offside. Ends up at mid-wicket. He has come down quite a bit, has Phillips, but as much as he's tried, I think he's probably been better off doing that. Waits for that one, drives it away. It's not off the middle of the bat, but he'll pick up a single through the covers. The score 99 for 1. Phillips 39. Standing right in line now from
the match ref.
Far end, yeah. Staring intently at De Carey's. In now to Bancroft, who's driving, rather scooping it in the air past extra cover. Chasing it back is Holden. And 2 runs to Bancroft. And a ripple of applause for the 100 for Gloucestershire. There's not been a massive amount of turn for De Carey's. The ball is pretty old, and both these two should be thinking about cashing in terms of runs scoring. At 101 for 1. De Carey's bowls, Bancroft skipping down, but then just blocking it into the covers. T340. It is the final day after all. So hour and a half of cricket before then. De Carey's bowls, Bancroft waits for that, tries to drive it past extra cover, but it's off the toe of his bat. There's no run, as the score remains 101 for 1. Still no play at Northampton, where Derbyshire will be doing the rain dance, or the wet outfield dance, whichever that is. Variation on the theme. 52 for 4 overnight, still behind by 121 runs, but Northamptonshire, who were 6 points behind Gloucestershire in 7th place coming into this, looking for their 3rd win. They're being frustrated, and Derbyshire will be kept, I suppose, ahead of Middlesex as well, if that match is indeed drawn.
Here's Cornwell. His left arm around. 101 for 1 it is. This final day. Checking the field is Phillips, deep square, long leg warming up. Luke Holman's a short leg. Shortish mid-wicket. Carey's just behind him. No slip, just the gully. Robson crouched down. Short extra cover as well as Cornwell bowls. This is pushed into the offside and fielded at mid-off, and there's no run. think the match refs spotted the fact that I'm taking pictures of him. Can't possibly tell you where I'm sending them. Cornwell in bowls, and the ball's pushed back and there's no run. Sorry, I'm up to no good, as usual.
Have you got a plan beyond the obvious?
A plan beyond the obvious? What's the obvious?
Well, just sending every one of them. Dear.
In comes Cornwell bowls. This is down the leg side. Taken by Cracknell. 101 for 1.
Holman warming up down there. Yeah. Because you are going to have to warm up today. In fact, she would really want to be bowling spin at all.
Sorry, my focus is back on you.
Good.
I was up to no good, wasn't I? Here's Cornwell, he's in, bowls, and a bumper outside the off stump, dropping his hands. Phillips through to the keeper it goes.
Oh, has he not been watching the test match? You've got to try and uppercut it. Ooh, Somerset are 108 for 4 at Trent Bridge.
Blimey.
They lead by 2. But Lammonby and Rue out to Calvin Harrison.
Cornwell in bowls, and this ball's clipped away nicely in between short leg and mid wickets. Round comes Williamson from deep square, holding Bancroft to a single, nearly takes out short leg on the way. Or was it with the Careys? Which one did he nearly get?
I think nearly both of them. And then Bancroft as well. That had some swerve on it. Williamson bowling the in-swinger to the right-hander.
Cornwell bowls. This is leg side and flicked away down to deep, down to fine leg for a single.
Sussex still scrapping at Scarborough. 177 for 7. Still 146 behind Yorkshire's first innings score.
Scrapping at Scarborough, that creates some visions, doesn't it? Have you ever had a scrap at Scarborough?
Yeah, probably with a few gulls.
Well, I was going to say, yeah, probably with the seagulls for the fish and chips. On Callie's bench. DT always goes up, doesn't he? David Townsend. Dear old Dave Callaghan, the former Yorkshire commentator. Go and get fish and chips on Callie's favourite bench. Are you looking at me quizzically? Do you know aware of this? Callie's
No, I am.
fish
Yes,
and chip
yeah.
shop
But I think
up on the cliffs.
We didn't have it up on the cliffs. It was in some sort of bar area.
Oh, did you do
down
it?
by the marina? Yeah,
did
last
Gloucestershire
year.
have a game at Scarborough?
Last year, yeah.
One day cup or?
No, championship.
Gloucestershire had a championship game at Scarborough, did they?
Middlesex not been put there then for a while.
Middlesex haven't been. Well, actually, no, they had Headingley last year, didn't they? Had a couple of brilliant encounters at Scarborough. Middlesex inflicted Yorkshire's first innings defeat at Scarborough in their 150-year history at the ground.
Ooh.
In their title-winning year.
Wouldn't have been happy.
No. That was Jason Gillespie's all-conquering Yorkshire going for the hat-trick of titles.
We're going to see Holman into the attack instead of De Careys. Tall leg spinner bowls to Bancroft, and that's pushed to extra cover. And it was off Holman's bowling that Bancroft nearly killed me last year at Chelmsford. Me and Guy Swindles. Holman in, back and carving away through the covers for 1. Bancroft to 45. I can see you already deciding between us which of the two you'd rather it were closer to.
I was just about to say there'd be one great loss to broadcasting there, wouldn't there?
You're going to get something like that. Anyway, if he plays that shot, it's going to end up on the roof of the giant marquee, so I'll have to come up with something else.
That's a giant roof. That's a big old roof, isn't it, that marquee?
Quite a lot of goals on it yesterday. Sliding down it. Phillips forward defends. Well, they were.
Were they? I missed that.
They were trying to land halfway up it, and
were
then
they?
sliding down with the webbed feet. I don't think it's really built for gripping on
tell me
marquee
you videoed
roofs.
this.
No.
Oh, brilliant.
Holman bowls. Phillips drives and skews it out into the onside.
But landed on the side of an iceberg, couldn't he? But he could have gone full on David Attenborough on that, couldn't he?
A desperate struggle. No.
Very good, very good.
Here comes Holman bowls, driven straight back to the bowler.
If it gets really desperate this afternoon, we could do cricket commentary in the style of David Attenborough and Winston Davis, couldn't we?
Oh no. Oh no. Short leg just moving a couple of steps further in front of square. Holman bowls back of a length, a drop and run from Phillips through cover point, so he will keep the strike. And accurate first over from Holman just produces 2 runs for Gloucestershire, 105 for 1. 53 overs to go. Certainly no signs of the set-up process happening, so it's time for bonus points. I just hope that we're not in a situation where there's 2 overs to go still or something, and one side is desperately trying to get one, but I suppose that's the way it has to be done.
Remaining of the game.
Got to try. Every point counts.
Well, it does. 53 remaining of the game. 340 is the current deficit. So, were there to be well, it'd have to happen really quickly, wouldn't it?
Glamorgan have won.
Oh dear.
By the way.
Cornwell around the wicket he bowls and forward goes. Phillips defending into the offside and there's no run. A Lancashire win at Glamorgan now is about the last hope for everybody, really, isn't it? Let's see who else they've got to play. Derbyshire doomed in their game as things stood.
Yeah, may well get away with it with a draw, but nothing more than that.
Cornwell. Let's see Phillips, it's pushed back and there's no run. Just to give an overview of what we're looking at the moment, it feels as though Middlesex really are hunting wickets at the moment and those bonus points. There's no indication whatsoever that there's anything other than a proper game of cricket being played at the moment. Not that contriving a result is not a proper game of cricket, but at what point do one or either skipper have to try and move things along here, as that's onto the hip of Phillips, falls away into the offside and there's no run. It may be that has been attempted already, but they could come to no agreement because there are 52 overs remaining, and you'd have thought that Middlesex were something to have been set up here. You'd have thought that Middlesex would have really wanted to have 50 overs themselves to try and take 10 wickets to win the match.
Yeah.
Now at 340 to win with 52.5 overs to go, we were musing, weren't we, that maybe the 18 overs, 68 overs left in the day, maybe 18 overs for them to try and bring that deficit down to something
it might have
around
to be 16 with a change of innings, but
try and bring that deficit down to something around 300 to 80.
Bat for an hour, basically.
Yeah, but there's no indication that anything like that's happening whatsoever.
No.
The current run rate's 2.9. Sees Cornwell, 37th over, he's around the wicket, bowls, and it's cut away for 4. Lovely shot put away by Phillips. He's on 45, level with Bancroft, and Gloucestershire 109 for 1.
Dear, that went under the picket fence over there at backward point and skipped off somewhere, off into, I think, the even damper area beyond that boundary down there. Oh no, it's just about stayed within that. It must have hit something next to one of the marquees and ended up in front of the other one.
My rain alarm has just gone off on my phone, but it says intensity 5 out of 10, coverage 0 out of 10, so it must be the smallest rain cloud imaginable that might be about to drop something on or around us.
Well, as long as it's like the rain that we had just before we started.
If that wasp stings me, here's Cornwell, he's in bowls, and this is clipped away in between mid-wicket and mid-on. Well, whippet-like Kane Williamson races around the rope to hold them to a single from deep square. Phillips is on to 47. If it's by your table, flick as you like, but don't be swatting at that wasp when it's near me, making it unhappy. Come back with a sting.
It does actually have to land on you first to sting. It can't sting you while it's in
But it's
mid-air.
when it's angry though, isn't it? Or is it an angry bee? You get an angry wasp?
I think so, but it still has to land on you.
111 for 1. Cornwell is around the wickety bowls, and this is hooked in between Williamson and Holman. The two going around. Williamson gets there, flicks it back in. In fact, it's not Holman. Apologies, it's to Carey's. Because Holman's moved infield now that he's bowling, so sweeping up there to Carey's. Picks up the ball, holds him to a couple. Phillips is on to 49, 113 for 1.
Flurry of scoring. Is it at this point that I'm supposed to say either game on or inquire, is something afoot here? It's really not. Bancroft and Phillips punching gloves. But yeah, as I say, Gloucestershire do, if they actually want to get anything out of this themselves, appreciable anyway, then it's in their interests to score relatively quickly.
Ooh, what was that?
Sounded like something rather large being dropped in the gym, although the Gloucestershire physio doesn't seem particularly bothered by it because he's currently grinning.
Was it Middlesex's
away to my left?
Was it Middlesex's promotion chances?
Holman bowls. Low full toss whipped away through the leg side by Bancroft, and that will run away to the boundary for 4. Just got to it on the full and picked the gap out at mid-wicket. There's a deep backward square, but nobody else back on the leg side, and Bancroft is on to 49 from his 100th delivery.
In all seriousness, let's have a look at and see what those fixtures are then for Glamorgan. Middlesex in September play Derbyshire at home, Lancashire away, and Gloucestershire at home.
Holman trots in, bowls to Bancroft, who's driving, and straight to extra cover, and so full he couldn't really get it away.
Monday 8th of September, Middlesex Derbyshire. Monday 15th of September, Lancashire Middlesex. Wednesday 24th of September, Middlesex Gloucestershire. Oh, we've got a Thursday Friday night in London, Ed.
Holman in, and Bancroft right back, descending into the onside.
Where are we going?
I might have plans actually. No. Very exciting. Season finale at Lord's. Holman bowls flatter, and Bancroft committing firmly to that front foot defence.
Well, the last time Gloucester at Lord's didn't you lot put pace to Middlesex that season?
It did, yes.
Some bloke called Zafar Gohar got low, didn't he?
He
wickets and runs. Whatever happened to him?
Wickets. Finished it off with a bat, yeah. Holman bowls. Paddle sweep from Bancroft. That'll be his 50, and it may even be 50 with 4. Fielder tries to get round from deep square, but won't. So 2 boundaries in the over, and it is 50 for Bancroft. See, waves that bat of the same manufacturer as the ball to the crowd.
Dodo.
Oh, they've given him a boundary next ball already. Well, it has to happen now. If Bancroft does anything other than hit this next ball for 4, it'll be a major disappointment. It's got there off 104 balls, 9 fours. Holman bowls on the back foot. When that one went down, I thought it probably was going to be 4, but Bancroft, instead of thrashing at it, just decided to drive it and keep the strike through the offside. And it's 54 for him, 122 for 1.
We should actually call it... We shouldn't call it a dodo, we should call it a predator, shouldn't we, the kookaburra ball, because it makes other things go extinct, like fast bowlers, or the love of cricket, or the will to live. Kookaburras, honestly. Glamorgan go to Northamptonshire on Monday the 8th of September. Then they go to Derbyshire on Monday the 15th, so a couple of away games. And then they're at home to Lancashire in what could be Jimmy Anderson's final game. So there's hope yet.
Has he actually made any
I
indication?
said it could be. No, I said it could be. So there is hope yet.
Derbyshire's not a great fixture for Middlesex at the moment, though, is
Well,
it? Assuming they draw.
Here's Cornwell in bowls. This is cut away out to deep cover for a single, for 4, sorry, as deep backward point was coming around. I thought he was going to get there. There was less room than I realised. I thought he was comfortably ambling around to it. He was actually realising with resignation that he wasn't going to get anywhere near it. 126 for 1 now, Gloucestershire. Bancroft's on to 58. So Leicestershire are top with 179, Glamorgan are 165, Derbyshire 128. Is that game not finished yet? I thought Derbyshire is still going.
No, they still haven't even started today.
Oh, so Derbyshire could hang on for a draw there.
Yeah.
Might not be the worst thing in the world for everybody else hoping to go up, as here's Cornwell bowls. This is down the leg side. Where Derbyshire's going to that match against Glamorgan, with Glamorgan still in sight, then I guess a lot of sides would be cheering on Derbyshire at that point.
But if Derbyshire's only hope of getting promotion is to contrive something that's very much in Glamorgan's favour in order to catch them, that could just completely kill it. So many possibilities.
Way to stamp all over my dreams, Ed. Here's Cornwell in bowls, and forward goes Bancroft, pushing back into the offside. Not that all of my dreams hinge on going to the Oval, Edgbaston, Chestley Street next season.
Well, he might not be going to Chestley Street because...
Are they on the way down?
Well, they're on 114 points. Essex are going to draw.
So who's bottom?
Warwickshire. Worcestershire are bottom.
Oh, New Road. There's a benefit of staying down next year. New Road, see Dave Bradley.
Durham, I think, will be in the bottom 2 after this.
Cornwell's in bowls, and he's bowled him! Plays on, Bancroft looking to hook. Bottom edge down onto the stumps. 126 for 2. The win picks up here at Cheltenham College. Middlesex have their breakthrough on the final day. They've persevered for 1 hour and 7 minutes, and they've eventually got rid of the Australian. 58 from 109 deliveries, and bowled for 58 by Noah Cornwell.
How did he manage that? It was
just jabbed down onto it, I think, didn't he?
Yeah, it was sort of length where you don't generally see Bancroft removed. I can't imagine that he's been out to the short. Can't imagine he's been out to the short ball very much in his Gloucestershire career as Bancroft. It's quite a job to drag it on from there, but he's probably walking off thinking, well, I wish I just had a proper go at it, because it was a fairly half-hearted, almost help pull, and he's got it onto his stump. So Ollie Price to the middle.
Just the 18 to go for Middlesex. They're a wicket away. Oh, look at Toby Rowland-Jones running the drinks out. With a very tight red bib on as well.
Do you think he's modelled for that? And
well, it's not so much that it's
measured
tight.
up for him.
It's not so much that it's tight. It's the fact that Toby Rowland-Jones is 6'4", and it looks as though it's been cut for somebody who's 5'4". 126 for 2 it is. Glorious sunshine. Look at this now. What would the punters yesterday and day 2 have given for this, and day 1? Lovely, lovely scenes here at Cheltenham College.
We'd like to hope about £25.
Here's Cornwell. Don't worry, folks. The David Attenborough and Windsor Davis segment's coming soon. Gully and a short leg crouch down as here's Cornwell. He's in bowls, and this is pushed back up the track. No run. There's a bit of cloud cover over some of the hill in the distance, but it's mostly glorious sunshine. Oh, you see, are they sheep up there? Look, can you see the little white dots on the top of the left side of the hill?
No.
Are they sheep? No.
No, as in I can't see them. White dots, where?
Maybe that building's in your way. There's more of a sprinkler than to the right of the building that I'm sitting looking at as this ball's turned into the onside by Price. Fielded at mid-wicket. There is no run. You can see some white dots just to the left and then some away to the right there in between those trees. And a bare patch right at the top. 1-2-6 for 2. I don't think you've come far across to see it. You have to come stand right behind me and then look right up to the top there. See there's a sprinkling of white dots.
They don't seem to be moving.
Oh, they might be having a lie down.
Oh, well, that means it's going to rain.
Afternoon nap.
That means it's going to rain.
If the sheep are lying down.
Well, I think it's more a cow thing, isn't it? A sheep.
There are a few rain clouds around at the moment, but they are very small. As the rain alarm on my phone said it would be. That if it hits, it'll be a 5 out of 10 intensity, but it won't hit for long.
Holman bowls and Phillips back driving and won't get a run as extra cover tracks across to his right. And there are a few gaps available for Phillips between extra cover and backward point, mid-wicket and backward square as he gets a full ball, drives it out through the covers, and that is a half century for Joe Phillips, his third consecutive half century. Well battered Phillips, he's done good things in his career at Cheltenham, still has his highest score on this ground as well from a couple of years back against Worcestershire.
So if Northamptonshire beat Derbyshire, they still have to play Glamorgan. They'd harbour hopes somewhat, wouldn't they?
Derbyshire?
Northamptonshire.
Oh, Northamptonshire.
Northamptonshire would jump up above Derbyshire, wouldn't they, with a win? So, and with Glamorgan still to go to Wantage Road and to Derbyshire. All hope is not lost.
All right, good. Here comes Holman, bowls, Price stretching forward, defends back, and there we go, that's how to do it. Boot to hand, it's the ball from Holman.
Tough finish that, isn't it? A couple of away games and then Lancashire at home. Who Lancashire will not have fully given up hope themselves if other games have gone their way.
Price drives and toes it, and that will go for 4 across the College Square, which has been kept dry, and that flashed away quickly. So Price is underway with that boundary, 131 for 2, deficit 314 still for what that is worth. So yeah, I'm trying to work out what would Glamorgan's lead be at the end of this round, assuming Derbyshire take the draw. Price drives square through point, and that's just the single out to Williamson, 132 for 2.
They're still delayed at Derbyshire, at Northampton, aren't they?
Just trying to work out how many bonus points Derbyshire have got. I think they got a second bowling point and then 3 batting points.
So 13 from the game. Go on, Ed, you can do it. They'll be at 141
after this ball.
So they'll be 24 points behind Glamorgan.
Driven out through extra cover by Phillips. It lost some of its pace on that first bounce there, and in fact Phillips rightly is sent back by Price for a second run as Williamson gets to the ball quickly, and Phillips on 51 will have the strike for the next over. Price has 5, 133 for 2. So what do Glamorgan have then?
Glamorgan will be 24 points. Glamorgan will be 24 points clear. at the end of this round as things look to stand.
So what, they probably need a win and a draw.
Oh, I don't know.
They're basically a win ahead with 3 rounds to go, so they can afford a loss for sure. And then Lancashire are further behind, aren't they?
Yeah, but don't forget they'll have to play the team in third, and
Yes.
Middlesex, who are going to go on a magnificent run from here.
Of course, yeah, it goes without
3
saying.
maximum point wins in their final 3 games.
Gloucestershire have won their last couple of trips to Lords, I think.
Where's your go-ha gone? Here's Cornwell. He's in bowls, and this is turned into the onside, fielded at mid-wicket. No run, 133
How many wickets
for
did he
2.
actually get in that?
Well, it was as much the
game?
runs. He got 70 odd, didn't he?
Yes,
in the,
it was, yeah.
you know, to turn a game where Middlesex, I think Richard Johnson described it at the time, the then coach, as a mad hour. Lost Middlesex that game as they went.
Yes, they tried to set the game up, and they went too hard
And they
lost
collapsed,
too many wickets.
A mad hour cost them the game.
But Archie Bailey bowled very well.
Cornwell hits the crease, he bowls. This is hooked through mid-wicket for 4. Lovely shot. Phillipson's 55. 137 for 2. Immediately as that left the bat. Unless the fielder was pretty much bang in line, you knew that was going to be 4.
Yeah, so Gloucestershire were chasing 234 in that 4th innings. Zaffer there at the end on 19 with Tom Price on 34. Hammond made 78. Bracey 56.
Cornwell past the umpire, he bowls. That's defended by Phillips.
Yeah, Zaffer made 86 in the first innings, which I think is his highest Gloucestershire score, certainly close to anyway. And Gloucestershire declaring on 309 for 9, which was one of the reasons why Archie Bailey had to wait until his 5th first-class match to actually go out and bat. Finally got to face a ball, ended up 19 not out. Still hasn't been dismissed in first-class cricket.
Cornwell bowl short, and that's hooked in the air. That's going to be 1 bounce 4. Over mid-wicket it goes. Phillips moves to 59. 141 for 2. That ball's just gone straight into the group of Gloucestershire players down below us. Was Dan Whiting speaking specifically to them?
Yes, I think he was, yeah. Well,
he chastising the...
He did also inform Phil Salt that it was important to watch the ball at all times after missing a stumping in the last match.
He didn't.
He did.
Cheeky. Cheeky. The rain clouds are rolled in above the hills in the distance. All the sheep are lying down now, and a few cows as well, according to Ed. Cornwell to Phillips. He's in bowls, and this is left alone through to the keeper. There'll be sheep on them there mountains. Better not do that in a Windsor Davis accent, had I?
Well, I suppose if Cornwell concedes a few boundaries doing this, so what? Moving back to the cricket.
141 for 2. Here's Cornwell. Wind's picked up again. Bowls a bumper. Through to the keeper it goes. Just swaying inside it, Price, having nothing to do with it at all. 141 for 2. 41 bowled. 48 remain of the match. A minimum of.
I think I'm going to stand up to try and keep warm.
You are standing up, Ed. Did you not know? I think I'm going to stand up.
Listeners didn't know that.
Well, I was worried for you. I thought, gee, are you not aware?
Listeners didn't realise.
You make a good point, though. It's a little bit nippy up here today.
Oh, I see. Right, I thought you were talking about the short ball strategy. Because runs don't matter to Middlesex. It's all about wickets for them. to do whatever they need to do to take wickets. They can afford to. It doesn't matter if Gloucestershire end up on 400 at the end of the day, really. Yes, there is quite an agricultural smell as well, isn't there? Driven by Price, dug out through the offside as Holman starts his 4th over, and will start it off by conceding a single. 142 for 2. Obviously is blowing down off off Cleve Hill then.
The sweet smell of manure rolls across Cheltenham College. Where's that just come from?
I don't know.
Pungent.
A couple of years back, in front of that bar area over to our left, they had some hay bales. Holman bowls and a back foot drive from Phillips for a single. He's on to 60. Wouldn't have surprised me if they'd also completed the ambience with a little bit of agricultural nasal delight.
Maybe they've deposited some symbolic of their opinion of the Kookaburra ball.
Holman bowls, a little bit short, but Price can't punch it through the gap. Feel a little extra cover. To a fairly bright start to his innings, 6 off 7.
47.3 overs left to the Kookaburra folks for this season.
Holman in. Price whips this one with strong bottom hand, but straight to mid-on.
So how many overs did they manage of it at Trent Bridge? Was it 150 odd overs of the Kookaburra ball?
Without changing it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was, wasn't it?
Just to stop Nottinghamshire scoring.
Yep.
Brilliant.
159.2. Holman bowls let go by Price.
That was a good leave.
Somerset still 4 down. 129 for 4. Abel and Banton blocking away. It's, well, Holman bowls, Price drives through the covers for a single that ends the over. 144 for 2. I thought it was all about exciting cricket. The County Championship.
Well, it was until they brought in this Kookaburra experiment. I mean,
well, I don't think that's very positive, is it?
Way to kill off county cricket.
160 overs of it. Gosh. Worcestershire, meanwhile, 5 for 1.
I mean, to be fair,
Hampshire has set them a target of 358.
It is the weather that's put pay to this as a match, but even out there as a contest, as a spectacle at the moment, the ball 42 overs old, Middlesex trying to get maximum bowling points or whatever their aspirations may well be, their chances, it just doesn't feel like they're going to get wickets, does it?
Well, not a cascade of wickets, no.
Cornwell, he's left arm over, he bowls short, and that's hooked in the air. Fine of Williamson. He's at deep square, it's 4 runs, and Price moves to 7, 144 for 2.
Well, that is the thing with the Kookaburra, isn't it? Even when you do get results with it, either it involves the pitch being doctored to at times a slightly ridiculous extent, or for things to develop quite slowly. You know, there's always that possibility of even, say, a number 10 going out there and batting for about an hour and a half.
Cornwell waits for the ball to be returned to him. And off he goes again.
Is that Robson loosening up?
Could well be. Cornwell left arm over, he bowls, and full straight, that's driven. Straight of mid-off. Good stop by Helm, who rather jarred his leg as he slid to stop that ball. It was the leading leg got stuck, but he seems all right. He came to a grinding halt, didn't he, on the slide, which worried me for a moment, but he seems okay.
I mean, that Sussex game at Scarborough kind of bears that out. Sussex are 186 for 7, 222 and 186 for 7 plays, 545 for 9 declared, but Hudson, Prentice and Carson have been batting for about 2 hours.
There's a hook out to deep square, short ball from Cornwell. Phillips picks up a single, moves to 61. 150 up for Gloucestershire, 150 for 2 in the 43rd over.
Well, not 2 hours, okay. Well, actually, no, it is 2 hours. We're looking at the wrong column. So, you know, just as Yorkshire think they're through, out come Hudson Prentice and Carson are both very fine bats, but they can come out and block it for 2 hours.
Cornwell's past the umpire, he bowls short outside the off stump, left alone by Price. What are you amusing yourself
Alex
with?
Carey, what have you done to cricket? Ball's resting in the gloves of Joe Cracknell, and Ollie Price has to look round once and twice and check that he can then leave his crease.
Cornwell bowl short, hook to backward square leg. Robson comes around, no run. They're sticking to their task here. Middlesex sticking to their task well, aren't they?
Carried a coffee out to the middle earlier, did Ollie Price, but don't tell anyone. No food, drink or ice cream is allowed on the field.
But ice lollies are. Cornwell, left arm over, he bowls, and up on his toes, Price pushes back into the offside. No run again. Into the over, 150 for 2, Price 12, Phillips 61. Tea is set at 4 today, isn't it?
340.
Oh, it is 340.
Yep.
So, yes, of course, we started at 125.
Almost had a wave to umpire Sue there. She was looking right up at our commentary position. Attempting to gee up the spirits of Kane Williamson, I'm sure. Oh, gosh. It was a stretch from Kane Williamson. Very rude.
Oh.
This direction. Oh, gee, he's having a bit of a feel of the outfield now. I'd suggest keeping slides to a minimum would be an idea. Josh De Carey's is on. So just a 4-over spell for Holman, 4 overs for 21. And it's back to De Carey's. One of the 2 wickets to fall. As he bowls now to Phillips, who comes down and drives into the ground. It's stopped at extra cover, and I think Phillips may have lost that ball briefly because Holden had it in his right hand. And Phillips seemed to think that there was still a single available, just for an instant. De Carey's bowls, Phillips down and whacking away to mid-wicket, and there's no run. He does come down the pitch quite a lot, does Joe Phillips, and there's either the drive or the mid-wicket whip, and so far he's not really middled one of those shots. He's been better off waiting. That time he just defends back. But he's on 61, and as much as there may be very little obvious on this game, that score runs up a bit. There's an appeal here, but I think there's bat involved. And a big stride as well, which may have helped to save him. And outside the line, apart from that great shout, as Phillips defends straight back. But yeah, there'll suddenly be a little bit of jeopardy and some nerves around the ground if Phillips is able to continue as he's going. Mid-on just being sent back a bit. For the last ball of the over. De Carey's bowls and Phillips strokes this one away through the covers for 4 to end the over. There's nobody back deep on the offside as they're hoping to get Phillips driving against the turn, but De Carey's over pitching and there's not a great deal of turnout there. So Phillips takes advantage, is happy to accept the invitation he's been given. He's on 65 and Gloucestershire to 154 for 2.
So, what have we got? 2:54. We've got another 46 minutes until tea. 45 overs bowled this innings. 154 for 2. 45 remain of the game, a minimum of.
Oh
And,
yes, we mustn't forget about that last hour.
It's going to be Ryan Higgins.
Bowling at the chapel end, Ryan Higgins.
So I think this is where Middlesex will say they've exhausted their options in terms of a natural conclusion to this innings and with it the match, but equally, unless, well, no, nothing's been contrived, is it? 45 to win, 291. Middlesex needing to take 10 wickets to win the match, of course. If that was to happen, they'd have wanted far more overs than this, wouldn't they? What are you laughing at now?
There's a man right down below us who's just buried in a book.
That's a considerable book as well. That's a full-on textbook as opposed to a novel.
Yeah, he's got some of the pages marked in there as well, I think.
Higgins is bowling off spin. And he's in, bowls, and forward goes Price, pushing back into the offside, no run. I think this perhaps sums up the situation now. And maybe even Middlesex would take that rain cloud coming in at this stage. Higgins bowls, and sweeping hard is Price. To backward point, oh, bowler's the cry as Phillips was charging down, sent back by Price. And Middlesex do want these, well, a further 7 wickets, don't they, in 44 overs for maximum bowling points. I think we'll be here till then. Whichever comes first. Here's Higgins, bowl short. He's cut away outside the off stump. And that's 4 more. Price moves to 16, 158 for 2.
This could be a great situation personally for Ollie Price. He's been a little bit short of runs
you meant for you
recently. Oh, well, it's a great situation for me.
I'd imagine it has been for
I've
4
got
days.
nothing else to do, so I might as well be here until 7:30.
Higgins in bowls, and this is an attempted sweep, which I thought there was bat involved. It sounded like something, an appeal for LBW as the ball deflects to slip all along the floor. 158 for 2 it is as Higgins, the off spinner, is in again, bowls, and forward goes Price, pushing back. I mean, they do need to go for these 3 bowling points, Middlesex, because if they miss out on promotion by 2 points at the end of the season, then they will rather be kicking themselves as back goes Price, defending back up the track. In the glorious sunshine at Cheltenham College, what would we have given for this for the last couple of days? And just maybe we'd have had a thrilling finale to this one.
Yes, well, as has been mentioned plenty of times before, a number of games here that do go down to the last hour. Even the last game, whilst it was a comprehensive Lancashire victory, still went into the last hour. And just for one moment, with that early wicket of Luke Wells from Todd Murphy, just wondered whether Lancashire might at least make enough of a Horlicks of it that it was a bit more of a contest right at the end, but Bohannon and Jennings killed that. De Carey's to Phillips, drop and run to cover point. Price says no. There probably was a single there, but I think after Phillips's foray in the previous over, Ollie Price seems to have taken over the calling. De Carey's in now, and Phillips back and defending into the leg side. And he won't be hurried, really, will Phillips, and nor should he be. Opportunity to build some form and confidence, I suppose, ahead of the 50-over tournament. That's driven. That's a really good shot from Phillips, and even though it's going up the hill and the outfield's been slowed a bit, the ball will go all the way to the boundary. There wasn't much of a gap there between extra cover and mid-off. He just rocked back and forced it away into that gap. But it was nothing really at all brutal about that shot. It was pure timing. And Phillips is on to 69, 162 for 2. Still no fielder back on the offside. To Carey's bowls, that's flicked away. It ricochets off mid-wicket. I'm not surprised, because that's not a nice place to field. As they take a single up to mid-on. Carey's positioning Williamson a little bit finer. They do know that Price does like to reverse sweep, so may get some of that. To Carey's bowls, Price gets a length ball that he works into the onside for no run. He's reached the end of the chapter. Yeah, bookmark's gone into the book now. Book's been put away. Cricket is too exciting to be multitasking anymore, as Price taps that one away for no run. And another to Carey's over completed, 1 for 47. His figures from 14 overs. But Gloucestershire still 87 runs away from a first batting point, so that's going to take them a decent amount of the 43 overs that remain.
Yeah, if they double their tally from here, what, 320? Yeah, 46 overs, 43 to go, so a couple of batting points up for offer for Gloucestershire, 3 bowling points for Middlesex. They're on the verge of their first. They need one more, but it's been a long old haul to take 2. 46 overs gone. Higgins, the off-spinner, is over the wicket, and forward goes, or back goes indeed, Phillips pushing back up the track. And there's no run. De Carey's is practicing his off-spin at 45. There's a short leg. Deep square, mid-wicket and mid-on as Higgins bowls, and a little bit of bounce there for Higgins. Phillips plays it off the splice, defending on the front foot. It falls in front of short leg. Mid-off, extra cover, backward point and slip, completing that field. Slip is Sam Robson with Higgins bowling. Higgins is usually the slip fielder for the spinners. Although there's going to be a change. Robson is going to go to leg slip, and De Carey's is going to slip. And Higgins is coming around the wicket. Here he comes from the chapel end. He bowls, and plunging forward, bat and pad and gloves and everything together. A long way forward though, Phillips defending that optimistic yelp with nose around the bat. Nothing from Higgins really, if anything at all. He's ready to go again. Bowls now, and forward goes Phillips back up the track. So we're going to be here till 7:30, as he said, and as if you had anything better. What did you have to do? You didn't have anything better to do.
No,
we may as well be here till 7:30.
It's exactly what I said.
Higgins is in bowls, and this is turn to mid-wicket by Phillips. 163 for 2. What's on at the cinema? Anything new out this week?
Gosh, is there anything
Jurassic Park's
worth watching at all?
Oh, loads
these days.
Did you see the new Mission Impossible? That was good.
How many of those are there now?
24. It's very good. 1996, I think the first one came out, didn't it? It was quite nostalgic watching that one because it had flashbacks to the old one.
Oh.
Is Higgins in bowls, and forward goes the right-hander pushing up to towards mid-on. Mid-wicket gets there first. What else is out? Jurassic Park. There's another big one out at the moment, isn't there? Superman. Oh, come on, you're a Superman fan, aren't you?
Of course not.
You're more Batman, are you? Oh, you're more Marvel than DC.
No, none of it.
163 for 2.
Interminably silly.
That's the point.
No, I'd far rather be watching Kookaburra cricket on a final day with no agreement than any of that.
Can't agree with you on that one. Give me some superhero silliness any day. Speaking of superheroes, here's Josh de Carey's.
I did think we did have Superman last round with Chris Green here. Back goes Price and blocks it away.
Well,
Bat ball in the field, just about everything.
He's a bit good, isn't he, Green?
Extraordinary.
He does throw himself around in the field, doesn't he? He
Yeah.
does sort through the air. And stint in the T20s of Middlesex under Stuart Law.
Carey's bowls. Price sweeps hard. Ooh, wouldn't want to be stopping that, but well, actually, it sat up okay in the end for deep square, so it's only a single. All sorts of turn and bounce off several bounces that could have taken. Really did middle that one, did Price. He's on to 17, 164 for 2. You figure both these two will be key to Gloucestershire's hopes in the One Day Cup, he says, speaking quietly, as One Day Cup head coach Mark Thorburn is just to our left. De Carey's bowls, and Phillips pushes this one back, and a good diving stop from De Carey's. Don't think they would have taken the fielder on a mid-on anyway.
Is he the one that you said isn't very good?
How dare you?
No,
I didn't say anything when Dane Villas was just down to our left. Down and flick driving this one. Phillips to mid-off. Holman aggressively shies at the stumps at the striker's end to force Phillips back into his ground. No, it wasn't really quite that. It was more a sort of, oh, well, I suppose I better do this. Phillips ambled back. De Carey's will switch to round the wicket. Matthew Lee moves back close to our effects mic. Leg slip now for Phillips, with De Carey's coming round the wicket. 2 balls remaining in the over. Here's the first of them, and it's kept out by Phillips, so just a single from the over so far. There might be some Glamorgan supporters tuning in at the moment, desperate that Gloucestershire don't give Middlesex even a second bowling point. Down the pitch, Phillips driving to extra cover. There's a good sprawl there from Holman that removes the possibility of a second run, but it is a single to Phillips, who is on to 71, and Gloucestershire 165 for 2. And Phillips closing in on that career best score, which came here a couple of years back against Worcestershire. 80, that mark.
Well, they haven't even got a first bowling point yet, have they?
No, well, I suppose 41 overs for these two to stay there. They'd
Only
have
another
a few by then.
Only another 32 overs to the second new ball.
Of course. They might be wanting to keep the runs down, though, so might not want to take it. Sussex have finally lost their 8th wicket at Scarborough. Jack Carson caught Lyth, bowled best 12. Hudson Prentice, they're still there on 52, but Sussex still trailing by 133, so it's either an innings win for Yorkshire or a draw.
Higgins has Phillips on strike on 71. There's a slip, a leg slip and a short leg crouching down as Higgins bowls, and that's driven in the air to where? I've lost it. It's over towards us. Fortunately, it didn't go all the way up to the balcony. It's Crive's catch, but it's 4 runs out to deep mid wicket. Kane Williamson at square leg, nowhere near it. Clubbed out.
Yes, it was
in our direction,
wasn't it?
He's on to 75. Well, fortunately, he wasn't going to smash into either you or I or our laptops. As Higgins bowls, and this is wristily driven up to mid-off, and there's no run.
I saw it.
Did you?
I would have informed you that
Thank
it was
you.
coming towards you if.
Would you have caught it for me? Because I'm more worried about my laptop than me. But Higgins bowls, and a dab. A late dab by Phillips. Pass slipped for 4. He's on to 79, Gloucestershire. are 173 for 2. Poor old Dave Bradley. We're at Uxbridge one morning for Middlesex versus Worcestershire in the morning practice. Ball was hit our way, ramped up off the advertising board and smashed into the back of his laptop, smashing his screen. And it was his as well, not the BBC's.
Well, no, one or two things about having a screen smashed during a game. Well, that was possibly just my own negligence.
Yes, when you asked how that dropped, I was going to go into the laws of gravity, but I thought, no, you're not in the mood, are you? You just smashed your phone.
No, please do. Please go into the laws of gravity. Are we talking Newtonian, or are we going a bit more deep than that?
I have to admit, I did look up to see if Newton was born anywhere near Cheltenham, and he wasn't.
He wasn't. He was born in Woolsthorpe, near Grantham.
He was. Well done. Well done. 173 for 2. They've taken out the leg slip and put it back at 45. Deploy is signalling Williamson to go wider around to mid-wicket rather than deep square.
Did you know that the reason that the 5 pence pieces are serrated edges down to Isaac Newton?
Oh. In comes Higgins bowls. He's pushed back and no run. Why?
So he was the master of the mint, and people were basically just chipping bits of silver off the coinage just to melt them down.
Higgins bowls, and this is punched away through the covers. Lovely shot. Nathan Fernandez is on as a sub-fielder. He won't stop that. It's 4 runs.
Career best for Joe Phillips, and the 50 partnership as well.
CB.
He's got there pretty quickly, really. It was only a moment ago that I was considering it as a possibility, and it swiftly became reality.
Higgins bowls. Phillips pushes back, and there's no run. So they were chipping bits off the...
They were chipping bits off the coinage, yes.
Price and Joe Phillips.
And so he came up with the idea of making the edge serrated so that you couldn't just chip it off and file it down.
I see. Very clever.
He was very clever. So I think that's... What is that now?
Was that one of your
5
podcasts
boundaries
that you
off his
found that out
last
from?
8 deliveries? Can't remember where I found that out from. Actually, it was on a podcast on BBC Sounds called something like A Short History Of. But no, I have actually been to Isaac Newton's house as well.
Have you really?
The house where the apple supposedly fell from, and I think the apple tree was
still there.
Well, I think it got knocked down in one of those storms a couple of winters back.
Oh no!
If I were Martin Emerson, I'd be able to tell you exactly which storm it was, because he seems to have a memory for every single one of them.
Have we had a Storm Marty yet?
Oh gosh, when's Middlesex versus Durham next? You haven't got them in the One Day Cup, have you?
Oh, we do, but I'm not going.
De Carey's bowls and Price forward to defend. Of course, away game. Right.
No BBC coverage, sadly, of the One Day Cup group stage. There will be, we should inform listeners though, coverage of the later rounds of the One Day Cup, but not of the group stage on BBC Radio, sadly.
Price waiting as things just get a little bit dark here, but I don't think we're really expecting... Well, I don't know, your rain alert hasn't gone off again, so we can't be expecting any rain. Reverse sweep there from Price will just net him 1 to deep point. 178 for 2. Price has 18. Keeping Phillips company on 83, as not that there was really much jeopardy on Gloucestershire's innings here, but I'm sure they wanted to make something of a statement. Phillips leading the charge. Carey's round the wicket, bowls to him and back, and running this one to backward point. One-handed pick up and throw from, is that Nathan Fernandez?
It is.
Single taken. Actually, I think there are a few drops of rain, but it is only a few. De Carey's to Price, another reverse sweep, which bobbles out to Fernandez at point. He'll shy at the stumps at the non-striker's end. De Carey's knocks it down. Price goes to 19. And it's 180 for 2. I think things could be marginally less competitive as... Oh, that's gone in the air, and it's been, in the end, juggled a couple of times at short leg and dropped, but it was a sharp effort, I think, from Robson to get as close to it as he did. I think it came off maybe even just the face of the bat, whether there was pad to slow it down, but launching himself to his right, Robson had 3 goes at that and just couldn't quite hold on. De Carey's completes the over, bowls. Phillips gets a full delivery, drives it firmly through extra cover. There's a chase round the boundary for Williamson, and he won't get there. She's timed the ball so well through extra cover in this innings as Joe Phillips is on to 88, 184 for 2.
Oh, Geddes.
Oh, it's Geddes, sorry, not Robson.
Yeah, Robson's leg
Apologies.
slip, Geddes. Oh, it would have been some catch, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Well, I suppose from Phillips's point of view, been out caught a couple of times, arguably slightly unfortunately at short leg, and he has that little bit of fortune returned to him there, possibly. As he's on 88, Price has 19, 184 for 2. The rain continues to just blow across the ground, but
Although there's some spits on your laptop there, look.
no, yeah. Do you smear them across, or do you just allow them to sit there?
Yeah, let them soak in, won't do any damage, will it?
I don't think it's going to amount to too much. Umpires certainly don't seem to be twitchy.
Higgins begins a new over. Forward goes Price, pushing back up the track, no run. Dane Villas is down on the boundary rope, having a natter with Kane Williamson, I'd imagine, plotting how Middlesex are going to find 7 wickets here for maximum bowling points in 38.5 overs. As Higgins in again, bowls, and on the back foot, this is pushed away into the offside. Price moves to 20, 185 for 2. Full 5, Middlesex having won the toss. It all looked good then, didn't it, for Middlesex at that point, but the weather sadly put pay to the game thereafter as this is driven back by Phillips on 88. There's no run. That said, 185 for 2 looks pretty healthy for Gloucestershire right now, and Middlesex
Yeah, and it's
try
not
as
as
they
though
might.
Middlesex aren't trying to take wickets
Indeed.
as well.
Yeah, it's all about taking wickets and bonus points at the moment as Higgins bowls. This is driven back to mid-off, no run.
Yes, because, you know, in another situation you go, well, you can't really read, but you probably still can't read a massive amount into it because it's at a completely different time from it would have been, but Middlesex are still trying to get them out.
Higgins remains around the wicket. He pushes this just fine of Holman at mid-wicket, who attempts a tumbling stop. Williamson then juggles it, coming around like a hot potato.
He's had a few adventures out there at mid-wicket.
Yeah. 186 for 2. He's about to have a chat. Some decent runs there between Villas and Williamson down below us, isn't there? It's a partnership you wouldn't have liked to bowl to.
There were some rumours a few years ago that Gloucestershire were after Dane Villas.
Oh yeah. Here's Higgins in, bowls, and inside edge along the floor. Short leg, fielded by Geddes. It was an inside edge though, which is what caused the excitement. But all along the floor. 186 for 2, Price 20, Phillips 89. Villas would have been 189 if he was out there now.
you still fancy his chances of going out there and scoring a pile.
Against the Kookaburra, I fancy your chances, Ed.
Oh, no. Maybe a couple, as long as Middlesex promised only to bowl spin.
With the wrong hand.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Have they got any Ben Kelloways in their side?
Well, he's a bit good with his wrong hand, though, isn't he?
Well, it's funny you should say that, because I had this discussion with either Nathan or Scott last round. The only time I've seen him bowl with his left hand, this season anyway, he bowled, I think, 3 deliveries, bowled a waist-high no ball, got warned and decided he probably better switch back to his right hand. And then proceeded to take 6 wickets and nearly bowled Glamorgan to victory.
Well, there we go.
De Carey's into Phillips, and that's defended back. That's a very loud siren. That's if Dan Whiting on the PA did sirens. De Carey's wants his... Well, where does he want him to go? Pointing to Higgins, and Higgins thought, I'd better run off to the offside, and then he seemed to want him only to go to about a pace to his right. Phillips drives down to long off, and will move into the 90s for the first time in his first-class career. 187 for 2. Trying to act casual at the non-striker's end, leaning on his bat, hand on hip, Jacques Callis style. Trying to look nonplussed. That heart will be going. No ball as well. Was that foot? Was that front foot?
Must have been, yeah.
189 for 2. Price sweeps hard, a slap sweep through mid-wicket, and that crashes into the boundary boards for 4. One of the best shots to watch Ollie Price play. He is such a strong sweeper. 193 for 2. As I say, plenty of runs to be had out there, and the possibility of a nice little confidence boost going into the 50-over tournament, which Price has enjoyed the last couple of years. And certainly a little bit of a slowing of the pace here from Middlesex, because they're going to get through, I think, the minimum overs. I think they're going to get through more than that. At this rate, we've still got 20 minutes to go until tea. Carey's bowls left by Price. 5 overs would leave 32 for the last session, so probably get more than that. And then, of course, they can bowl more in the last hour as well, but so it depends how many wickets they've taken, really. To Carey's, to Price, sorry, driving to wide mid-off. Holman fields. Williamson charges off halfway to Stow on the Wold, and he's got to come back now. Mr. Carey's going to wait for him. Mostly. In and bowls, and Price drives fluently, but straight to mid-off. Holman, wanting to use up a little bit of time, decides to throw it into the keeper before it's back in the hand of De Carey's. And the last ball of this over comes down now, and Price drives it hard, sends Williamson the wrong way at deep cover, but he's got plenty of time to get back to his left-hand side. Keep it to a single. So Price will pinch the strike at the end of that over. 90 to Phillips, 25 to Price. And Gloucestershire at 194 for 2, so closing in on a batting point themselves.
Stow of the Wold, did you say? Makes you think of Will-o' the Wisp. Sounds like something that...
Stow on the Wold, Bolton in the water.
Do you remember Will-o' the Wisp? You're too young for it.
Well, I know...
Kenneth Williams narrated it. Not narrated, he...
Not Borton in the water, but that's what I like to call it because it annoys them.
It wasn't rated by Kenneth Williams. I thought he was just one of the characters, but...
Morton
Mean
in
anything to you?
Marsh.
Won't mean anything to you at all, Will o' the Wisp?
Yeah, it's a name I've heard.
I feel like going and watching an episode now. Might do that at tea. He was funny, wasn't he? Kenneth Williams.
Oh, yes.
£1.94 for 2. We have 15 minutes to tea. But I'll actually be looking for a warm drink, not an episode of Will o' the Wisp. It's a bit nippy up here, as you might hear on the FX mic today. Even Ed Seaborn admits it's a bit chilly up here today.
Alright, I'm keeping myself moving.
Storms on Monday, eh? Bit of the one-day cup. Does everybody get underway on the Wednesday next week?
No, I think Gloucestershire are playing on the Tuesday.
Oh dear, that doesn't bode well. Here comes Tom Helm back into the attack. He bowls to Price, defending into the offside, 53rd over, onside, sorry, 53rd over of the innings. 2 short mid wickets and a short leg.
Yep, Tuesday here against Derbyshire.
Helms past the umpire, he bowls, and an inside edge to short leg again, but all along the floor.
I was about to say that'll please Fletch and Griff, but of course, well, at least one of them won't be here.
Yeah. Shame that, isn't it? Well, neither will you.
No.
Be no Fletch, no you. £9.4 for 2. Yeah, that's the first game, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Helm hits the crease, bowls, and this ball's eased into the offside, and there's no run. So Durham versus Sussex, or the first day of games, I should say. Lancashire, Northamptonshire.
Is that at Sedbergh?
Yes, and Gosforth for Durham. Scarborough for Yorkshire, Warwickshire. There's the Group B matches. Group A, Glamorgan versus Hampshire at Neath. Oh, Kevin James having to go to an outground. Oh no, he's not going, of course. He won't be there.
No,
Oh.
he might have to go to the Isle of Wight, though.
Oh. Helm to Price. Bowls, forward defence, push back, and there's no run. Gloucestershire versus Derbyshire at Cheltenham, and Nottinghamshire versus Essex at Nettleworth. So they all, everybody starts up at an outground.
Nice.
That is nice.
Have Hampshire got games on the Isle of Wight this year? Need to check
I
that.
don't know. And indeed, Middlesex, Somerset, and Surrey, Leicestershire on the Wednesday are outgrounds as well. I mean, yes, the majority of games are played at outgrounds, aren't they, in the One Day Cup, but not all. So it's just a pleasant surprise that they all start at outgrounds.
No,
Just a
Gloucestershire
shame.
have got 3 of their 4 at Bristol.
Just a shame the BBC won't be there. Here's Helm in his 12th over. He's in, bowls, and this is hooked away. Down to deep backward square leg, a tumbling stop. Magic Harris holds them to 1. 195 for 2. Yes, Middlesex have a game at Lords. But as I say, the majority of games across the country. So looking at the games for Thursday the 7th. So Middlesex and Surrey both hosting matches on the Wednesday. Then on the Thursday, Glamorgan, Derbyshire at Neath again. Hampshire, Essex at Southampton.
Yeah, all 4 of Hampshire's games are at Southampton.
I thought you said one was at Isle of Wight.
No, I was checking to see whether it was, but it's not. They're not playing there this year.
Nottinghamshire versus Worcestershire at Nettleworth, and Sussex Sharks versus Kent Spitfires at Arundel.
Yes, very good.
Helm bowls as a bouncer through to the keeper it goes, ducking is Phillips.
Wyded.
Oh. 5 for 2. A lesser spotted wide on height in this game.
So in fairness, I think that actually probably was the highest that we've seen, but I've seen a few up there.
Helm, bowls, bouncer. 96 for 2, ducking underneath it again is Phillips. Through it goes. Who are Hampshire playing Essex on that one? Just looking at games could go to. Sussex Sharks versus Kent at Arundel. It's not too bad a drive. Arundel's a bit of a stretch, isn't it? Southampton's not too bad. Got your eyes on any of the one-day cup games, Ed?
Yeah,
Bristol.
Yeah, might go and watch a couple at Bristol. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Gloucestershire at Guildford. Not going to surprise Church.
That is one that I would.
Hey, I might go to that.
I'd like to go to. I did have it circled in the calendar.
Somerset versus Durham. There's a trip for Martin. Oh no, there isn't. He's not going, is he?
No.
There would have been a trip for
but
Martin.
it's I think probably Durham's about 7th trip between the men and the women all season down to Taunton.
Wonderful.
Because of course the women have made it a couple of times in the T20, then championship trip of course, and the women got drawn against Somerset in the knockout T20 Cup, and that match was at Exmouth. Sam Robson is on from the College Lawn end.
Oh, then on the Saturday, of course, there's the Metro Bank One Day Cup Women League 2.
Yes.
Gloucestershire versus Worcestershire at Bristol. Middlesex versus Derbyshire at Northwood.
Yes, there are women's One Day Cup matches tomorrow, in fact. Gloucestershire in action at Hove. Oh, playing a miss. First ball from Price. The bails are whipped off by Cracknell. Ollie Price's back foot not only was grounded, but also I think almost the entirety of the foot was behind the line, but anyway.
Oh, it's nice. Sunday the 10th. Middlesex versus Sussex at St John's Wood. 11 o'clock start on a Sunday. Nice drive in, that'll be that morning.
Robson gathers himself, bowls. Price goes back, cuts it firmly through point, spins around. Umpire Redfern. And Price takes one.
Corporate shilling for me that day.
Yeah, in fact, actually, speaking of tomorrow, oh, go on then.
Yorkshire versus Lancashire at York. Tuesday the 12th.
Oh, have you done York?
I'm not sure I have actually, but Yorkshire Lancashire at York would be brilliant, wouldn't it?
Yes, that will be cracking. Cut shot from Phillips, just a controlled cut. That takes him on to 91 at 198 for 2. Clifton Park. Gloucestershire went there last year. It was one of my favourite away trips that I think I've done, actually. Robson bowls, play and a miss, or is there a nick? There's an appeal. They're appealing in all directions. And not out, says umpire Neil Pratt. Well, Sam Robson's come on and has got a couple past Prices outside edge. And the 4 balls that he's bowled to him, plunging forward and presumably turning past his edge as we're square on. It's a sort of stuttering start to his run, does Robson. Well, that's a nice looking delivery again that drags Price forward, but he can't really get to the pitch of it. And looped it straight down the pitch, falls well short of the bowler, but that was not a convincing defence that time from Price. I wonder if he'll start to sweep. Bowls, there we go. It's the modern day batting playbook, but when you're as good at that shot as Price is, why not? Sweeps it away through backward square. He's kept the strike again, which not sure whether it's building the nerves for Phillips. He's only had to face 1 ball that over. But there's the possibility now, with 7 minutes to go, that Phillips is still going to be in the 90s through the tea interval. as Gloucestershire are 199 for 2. No, I think the squad has been named for the Gloucestershire women's match tomorrow at
Are you doing that one?
Hove. No, but I am going to watch. And
You going to Hove tomorrow?
yeah, Chloe Skelton is in that squad, so alongside the likes of Katie Jones coming back to their county.
Could pop down and see you. Here's Helm, ball short. This is bumped away down to fine leg for 4. And that is the 200 up for Gloucestershire in the 55th over. 203 for 2.
Meg Austin also in that squad on loan from Warwickshire. Liv Daniels captaining the side. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that with Skelton playing as well. Local to here.
Helm up to the creasy bowls. This thick inside part of the bat down to deep backward square. Carries gets there ahead of Williamson. 55th over of the innings now. So you're at Hove tomorrow. Where are... I'm thinking I might come and see you. Hove is probably maybe the Oval. The quickest ground for me. The Oval and Lords are about equidistance for me. I was going to say Hove is probably the quickest ground for me to get to. If you leave at the right time of day. Mind you, no. If you leave at the right time of day, Lords would be, but here's Helm around the wicket again. He bowls, and this is short, hooked out to deep backward square for a single. Phillips is on to 92, 205 for 2. Middlesex women at Yorkshire playing at Headingley tomorrow. Sussex Sharks versus Gloucestershire at Hove. Glamorgan versus Leicestershire. And Derbyshire versus Northamptonshire in Metrobank One Day Cup Women League 2.
Yorkies are going to be out,
off the tongue,
out for the Yorkies are going to be out for revenge after League 2 finals day.
Helm bowls, and this is left alone outside of the off stump. 205 to, yeah, it was good that. Brilliant performance by Middlesex women on finals day.
Was. Didn't lose a wicket, did they?
No, indeed. They were in trouble in that first semi-final. I fancied Leicestershire. Got 140 on the board. Rain reduced chase, but storm to victory. Forward goes Price, turning into the onside, fielded at mid-wicket, no run.
This is going to be a test of patience of Phillips if Price keeps this last ball out. He might only have one more over before tea on 92.
Helm in bowls. This is cut to backward point, no run. End of the over. 205 for 2. Price 33. Phillips 92.
Yeah, so going back to the men's side of things with the One Day Cup coming up, it is a tough-looking group for Gloucestershire because it's one of those bizarre things where actually you almost look at a group and you think, well, how many of the bigger clubs in inverted commas are in your group? Those tend to be the teams that are missing more players to the 100. Robson to bowl what will surely be the last over before tea. Turn and bounce there, but Phillips doesn't offer a shot. Gloucestershire have got Hampshire. They've always been strong in the One Day Cup, even though they Or 100 host county. Leicestershire, Glamorgan defending champions in there. Robson bowls, oh, it's a filthy full toss, and that has been clubbed away by Phillips over wide mid-on and out to the boundary for 4. He's halfway to what he'd have hoped for from this over. Robson really did give him a gift there. And he takes advantage. 209 for 2. Phillips on to 96. And again, it's a little bit of a test of patience. Robson's good ball is already shown the dangers of it. In he comes, bowls, and Phillips dead bats it into the offside. As Robson finds his length again. A fielder back at deep mid-wicket now, long on. Sent back as well. Middlesex will get a point with the next wicket that they take. I think if they can just trap Phillips there, then they might be able to buy one. 40 goes and taps it away to point. It's a slightly twitchy looking defensive shot, but it did go straight into the ground. And Phillips, as he often does, just takes a step back, readjusts those gloves with the bat tucked under his left arm. And he's got 2 balls to go in this session. The tea break now definitely being taken as the clocks hit 3:40. Robson bowls, it's short, it's cut away, but he won't beat backward point. Tumbling stop there from De Carey's. Williamson would have been there on the boundary anyway. And so on 96, there is 1 ball remaining in the session. Silly mid off right in Phillips's face. Robson bowls to him and Phillips prods forward and pushes it away to cover point. De Carey's across the field, and that's the end of the session. Just the 1 wicket for Middlesex in that first session, as Cameron Bancroft got a short ball from Noah Cornwell and dragged it down onto his stumps. He was bowled for 58, but a story of the day has been Joe Phillips. He's passed his career best. He's on 96 and he's walking off with Ollie Price is on 33, with a chance to go back out there and make some personal history. There are still 33 overs as a minimum to be bowled. Middlesex still hunting bowling points, but they have yet to accrue one. Gloucestershire 41 runs away from a batting point. Kevin Hand and myself will be back after tea for the final session of this rain-ruined game.
From the Chapel End after tea, Tom Helm.
One more session to go then, with 33 overs remaining as a minimum, as Middlesex continue to hunt for could still be crucial points in the table, as one more wicket will bring them a first bowling point. Gloucestershire 209 for 2. Joe Phillips is 4 runs shy of a major moment in his career, but it's Ollie Price facing the first ball after tea, and it's blocked back by Price, who's on 33. Tom Helm from the Chapel End, and well, I would imagine, unless Gloucestershire have completely subsided, that we're now going to be going until till the end of the remaining overs, as Price blocks it up to mid-on for no run.
Second new ball. 23 overs away.
Yes,
so Middlesex will have 5 overs of it to go after these bonus points.
Yep, I suppose at least the only thing is that it's not like the Dukes that takes a few overs to do whatever it is going to do.
Stop sticking up for it.
Helm searching for his first wicket. This is driven back to the left-hand side of Helm. Scoop it up. There is a long leg, backward square, short leg, 2 mid-wickets. Straight mid-wicket is a little closer than Higgins, who is a fairly conventional mid-wicket and a mid-on, so a pretty stacked onside field, mid-off, and basically 2 widely spaced backward points. Helm in and bowls, and Price forward to defend once more, up to mid-on. Really, at least in terms of immediate interest from a Gloucestershire point of view, it's more what happens when the man who is currently trying to loosen up his shoulders and his upper back and his neck, Joe Phillips, when he gets on strike, that's when the keen interest will be. In comes Helm, bowling to Price, who turns it into the onside, beats short leg but doesn't beat mid-wicket. There is no run. They are underway at Wantage Road in terms of the promotion chase, and Derbyshire's chances 96 for 5. Ooh. With Brooke Guest and Lewis Rees together.
You know, it's just some names you can't hear, but in that commentator's voice. Brooke Guest is one of them.
There are a few of them. Harry Kame is the one for me. This is played away with an on drive that goes a little squarer than Price, I think, was imagining. There's no run out to mid-wicket, so a maiden for Helm, his first maiden, but it's almost surprising that it's his first maiden because he's bowled very tightly, 14 overs, number 39.
Do you do a good Dave Fletcher? Go on, give us your best Brooke Guest as Dave Fletcher.
No.
Come on, you've been doing a few.
No, we're not going there.
Middlesex, number 12, Sam Robson.
Oh, actually, it's probably better than me, hadn't it?
Hmm? Oh, absolutely.
Observe the usual, the BBC conventions. They're going to leave long on and mid-wicket back, so in fact square leg also back on the boundary, so basically anywhere on the onside Phillips can take a single. And in fact, now that I've actually got off my seat, there is a fielder down below us as well at cover, so they're going to try and force Phillips to get there in singles. As he gets a full toss, hits it in the air. There's a fielder down at long on, but he's going to have to watch it go, and that is a boundary, and that is a maiden first-class 100 for Joe Phillips. This will be a memorable day for him. Looks up to the sky with his helmet off and raises his bat round this fantastic ground at Cheltenham. And that goes to show it may appear that there isn't much riding on the game, but there is always something to enjoy, and that is a moment really to enjoy. Joe Phillips, 21 years of age, and he has reached a maiden first-class ton from 145 balls. Robson bowls, and Phillips drops it into the onside and sprints through for a single. As the throw comes in from the keeper, in fact, in the end it was. He's gone out to field that. So Phillips onto 101, 214 for 2. And I do like it when it's very obvious who to interview at the end of a day. Robson bowls, Price, that slap sweep again, hard in front of square, out to deep mid-wicket. That'll move Phillips back on the strike. 215 for 2. Probably also quite a handy time as far as either side of tee as well. There'd been plenty of time for everybody at all connected with the Phillips family, friends, etc., to be notified that it was possible. Phillips blocks this one back. An extra 20 minutes just to rally around all the support. Empty the contact book. And, well, as they say, I'm sure first of many. Robson bowls, back and driving. Phillips out through the covers. And that'll be a single, 216 for 2. I'm sure nice for him to get there with Ollie Price at the other end, that have batted together in various guises over the years. Robson bowls, swept, it's looped up in the air, and he's been given out. Caught by Cracknell behind the stumps, and that is a first bowling point for Middlesex as Sam Robson has struck. And I still have no idea how that's ended up in the hands of Cracknell. He swept it, must have hit his glove. Glove in the end.
I assume it was glove, just looped up over his head. Cracknell gathering. And a bowling point for Middlesex. So they have 4 with the bat, 1 with the ball, and 8 to come for a draw. So they're up to 13. They want 2 more. They want to take 15 out of this game, Middlesex. Can they take 6 more wickets in the final 31 overs of the match, of which they will have 9 overs, is it? Yes, it is. 9 overs with the second new ball to go hard at them. Be over to Cornwell and Helm, you'd imagine. Go and bang it in.
Yeah, it was down the leg side, that ball from Robson, and once again,
you're not convinced? You want me to come and have a look?
Well, no, I have no idea. I can't. I can barely see the ball, to be honest. But yes, if it's hit,
yeah, it must have been back of bat or glove, mustn't it?
Yeah, it's either glove or somewhere around there. Anyway, Price out for 34, and that brings Hammond to the crease. Could be exciting watching Hammond bat in this situation. Very little to lose.
So it will be Helm in his 15th over, none for 39. He's in past the umpire, bowls, and this ball's pushed away into the offside, and there's no run. I mean, you know, all the talk about reducing the schedule. Here you go, Helm. We're on the 4th evening, and he's in his 15th over of the match. I mean, yes, the weather's... the point being, this isn't about Kookaburra, this complaint. This is about wanting to reduce the schedule. This particular complaint. We'll be back to the Kookaburra in a moment.
And again.
Still 30 overs of the game remaining. Here's Helm in, bowls, full and straight. He's barely forward to that one. Wind's blustery up on the balcony here. putting a chill even amongst the most hardened journalists alongside us. I'm not looking at you, no.
No, no. You did say us anyway.
Alongside us.
You're referring to yourself.
Richard, away to our right. His helm in. This was hooked away down to Carey's one bounce.
Well, if you like such things, I suppose the day after one of, I suppose really, very much so, one of Gloucestershire's all-time great opening bats, somebody who's right up there, Chris Dent, announced his retirement from professional cricket yesterday. The day after, okay, he's not opening the batting, Joe Phillips, but he has opened in his young career. Joe Phillips scores his first-class 100. There's certainly something in the column inches for that, I'm sure.
Helm around the wicket. 2 slips crouched down. Short leg as well, as this is defended by Hammond back up the track.
And all the best to Chris Dent in his
What's he
playing career. Well, he's probably on the ground. He's probably on the ground serving coffee from his shack today.
Shack? Shack?
That's what he's called it. It's Jack's Coffee Shack.
Jack's. Helm is around the wicket, he bowls, and this ball's pushed into the onside for a quick single, just wide of mid-on. 218 for 3. Because I know you know the answer to all these things, who's Jack? You can't say you don't know.
No, I don't know.
What did you have for tea, by the way?
I had a slice of fruit cake.
Did you? How was it?
It was very nice. There's still another slice available.
When are you having that?
It would be rude for you not to have it since
No,
it was
thank you.
presented to you.
It wasn't.
Was?
How was it presented to me?
Well, it was presented to me, but
They
with a
wanted
slice
to have
for
two.
you.
You're the hero, Ed. Here's Helm around the wicket bowls, and this is eased away into the offside. There's no, I couldn't possibly. If you'd have offered it to me in good time at tea, I'd have delightfully accepted. But sadly, I've already committed to my tea time consumption.
You mean the one that you're just taking out of the bag now?
I've already bitten from it, so.
Munch, munch, munch. So Robson striking in just his third over.
I may be about to get a fine from the match ref who just spotted me doing that. All the Wasp has spotted me doing it as well.
There you go, served you right. Perhaps that's actually what it thought when there was your scabbed knee a couple of days ago, that it was one of those muffins. I thought it was a little splodge of strawberry jam.
Are you suggesting a muffin from Parsons looks like a scabbed knee?
Looks like your knee, yeah.
When are you back here expecting press food again?
I think it says more about your knee, actually.
What, you're rather attracted to my knee?
Well, wasps seem to be. So, Robson still setting this field. There's still 30 overs left. Middlesex obviously not with any pressing London plans this evening.
Yeah, no. Come on, lads. Theatre's on in 3.5 hours.
Right, well, Hammond surely won't be able to resist. He resisted that. Is looped up there beautifully by Robson, and Hammond contented himself with a gentle turn to short leg. And there's
Have you booked to see anything when you go to that there, London?
No.
No?
No, that's an awfully long way off. How can I be expected to think of something at the end of September? Down comes Hammond and strikes this one back to the bowler. Whilst I don't expect Hammond just to give this away, it's hard to imagine that Hammond will simply push his way about, especially not with mid-off and mid-on up. Robson bowls, he goes back, pulls it in the air, it'll fall short of deep square. Williamson shies at the stumps. No, it's not Williamson, it's DeCary's down there, that's who it is. Had a shot at the stumps from deep square.
End of September. Well home. End of September, the fierce prices will be coming down again by then.
Yeah. Been wanting to go and see the Mousetrap for a while.
Is that still on?
I think it is, yeah. Robson bowls. Phillips goes down the pitch, hits it in the air, clears mid-off, and just falling short of his first 6 of the innings. 1 bounce 4 over mid-off. Controlled strike. And his 16th 4 of this innings. And, well, why stop at 3 figures when you're having fun? 223 for 3. Similarly, excuse me, for Gloucestershire, there's those 29 overs now to pile that score on as much as they can. A 4-wide ball is hammered to extra cover by Phillips. Well stopped there for no run. It's probably been the mark of this innings actually from Phillips. Always been very strong, particularly against the seamers. Off the back foot, square drives and cut shots, but you've really seen his front foot play through the offside come to the fore. And it's caused Middlesex to put a second fielder in that extra cover region. Robson bowls and Phillips tries to play a little cute dab, fine of backward point, but there's not really enough pace to do that, so there's no run. 2-2-3 for 3.
Have you noticed that the poor old Wi-Fi hasn't made it to the end of the match?
Mine has.
Which one are you connected to? What are you connected to? Are you connected to the mobile device here?
No. No, but mine's remembered the college Wi-Fi, I think, from previous years. England are collapsing, by the way. 216 for 7 now. Wokes presumably won't bat.
Oh. Well, he might in the second innings.
Might do. Might have to. Well, Gus Atkinson has a test 100, so he's there with Brooke at the moment. But yeah, England off to a flying start. 92 without loss. 129 for 1. 215 for 7. There's 216 for 7 now, trailing by 8 runs.
Ryan Higgins is back on. 2-2-3 for 3 here. Pretty frustrating day for the Middlesex bowlers so far, but there is time yet. Here's Higgins orchestrating the field with a gully in the shape of Robson, a cover in the shape of Kane Williamson, a second cover Holman, and an extra cover Tom Helm. 3 of them. Couldn't be any tighter there, could they, in front of Hammond? There's a mid-off, mid-on, 2 short mid-wickets as well, and Higgins is right arm over. Forward goes Hammond, pushing back, and there's no run. So the umbrella field in front of the bat, the inverted slips.
He tried to completely defeat him there, I think, with a slower ball first up, it looked like. I'm sure he's thinking at some point Hammond is going to try and smack it at one of these fielders.
Higgins bowls. Oh, and the Bowser whipped off. I tell you what, that foot came up for a moment, didn't it? Or did my eyes fully deceive me?
Certainly twitched at the very least, yeah. Cracknell has certainly been enthusiastic in his appealing. Just, well, I suppose why not? He just whipped the bails off there, but he actually, I don't think, was quite as excited as mid-wicket was. almost overbalanced there. Hammond. Yeah, in fact, he didn't appeal at all, Cracknell.
Comes Higgins again, bowls, and he's driven to Williamson, the first of the 3 close catches in the covers. That was an easier way of saying it. There's 3 close catches in the covers.
Huh?
That was an easier way.
Did you just stumble over that?
Well, I said there's a cover, another cover, and then an extra cover.
Ah.
There's 3 close catches in the covers. And 2 short mid-wickets. Higgins around the wicket again. Hammond works off the legs. Backward a square. A long leg comes around. Holden with a tumbling, scrambling stop. We take 2. 2-2-5 for 3. Gloucestershire closing on a batting point, of course. Well, there is that. As we get towards 28 overs time, will Gloucestershire be within touching distance of another batting point?
Could be.
They'll nudge past 250 in their first. Higgins in bowls, Hammond's forward, pushing back, no run.
It's probably slightly easier for them to force 15 to 20 runs than Middlesex to force a wicket, but of course the 15-20 runs could bring a wicket as well. Yeah.
Indeed.
And I don't know how valuable the point would be to Gloucestershire at this stage. I don't know. I suppose they've just got to play the game as they would normally.
Higgins bowls, Hammond's inside edge onto the pad. Rolls into the onside. They thought they were through. Are you watching the replay? Is it thick inside edge onto that front pad?
Yeah.
Deflected back to mid-on.
Or maybe even toe end. Or bottom corner. Yeah. No, it's one of those situations, isn't it? I mean, I think even 3 wins from their remaining games leaves Gloucestershire rather struggling. And then, you know, you'll have the likes of Glamorgan and Derbyshire and Lancashire go, well, why did you give away that bowling point to Middlesex when you were just going for a batting point? But then if you don't, then the opposite occurs. So just play the game, really.
Yes.
In fact, in the words of the man at the non-striker's end, just bat. Robson bowls, and that's dabbed away by Phillips. That's a nice looking shot, and even with the pace of Robson, the ball may just go to the boundary. As I think, is that a stop? It looked as though the ball was resting right against the boundary, but
I mean, at this stage.
Well, there we go. Whatever.
Kerry says, I don't know, just give it 4. Really, he's not. I don't know. He does. What do you think? I thought it looks clean at first, but you probably played closer attention than I did.
I think they're going to give it 4.
To be honest, at this stage.
They're still asking De Carey's what he thinks.
And he says, I don't know.
I don't know.
Which is a fair enough answer. He tumbled forward, flicked it back. I don't know is the answer.
I thought he... No, they're going to leave it at 3.
Oh!
Gloucestershire are going to take
and De Carey's is being sent down to field on that boundary rope now. I mean, fair play to De Carey's saying to him, I don't know.
Yeah.
If you're asking me, was it 4? I don't know is the answer. You can't really answer any other way,
no,
can you?
it looked as if he pulled it back, and then it was just a question of whether the ball was resting against the rope or not. Very difficult to tell from this distance. Just leave it at 3 and move on. Quite right. Cut away by Hammond. It spins away to backward point. And we stopped there for no run. So the score 228 for 3 as Phillips has 3 and has now 110, which does mean he's off my least favourite batting score, other than naught, obviously, but least favourite sizable batting score. Short ball pulled out into Geddes at short leg.
Where's that hit him, though? It's the helmet, isn't it? He just ducked into it, I think.
Is that what it hit?
Maybe it was the shin.
I thought it was the shin, to be honest, but his body's in the way, so it was just a guess. It was a really low pull from Hammond. Computer is doing something incredibly annoying as I'm trying to find a replay. Robson bowls down the pitch. Hammond maybe just turning it into a full toss. Push drives it through extra cover into a gap for 2 runs. As the throw comes in, Hammond on to 6, 230 for 3. I always hated, it's not because of Nelson or anything like that, I don't believe in anything like that. It's just when you write 1-1-1, unless you space out the ones, it looks like a smaller score than what it is. Robson bowling, and that's turned past short leg as the wind kicks up again. Hammond will add 1 run. 231 for 3. It certainly saved its worst for last in terms of balcony conditions as far as 4-day cricket is concerned. Robson bowls, dropping a little short, and Phillips looks livid with himself as he can't get that cut shot into the gap, but it's no run, no harm, and it's 231 for 3. Still 27 overs remain in the day. Derbyshire 129 for 5 now, so Rees and Guest continuing to dig in, and also they're now only behind by 44, so when they go in front, that will just add that extra barrier to Northamptonshire pulling off the victory there. But yes, Kent 444 for 8 at Canterbury against Leicestershire on 471, and they're in the, or about to start the 150th over, so there really is absolutely nothing there, except they will be able to shake hands in 20 minutes.
Here's Higgins. He's right arm around. 3 close catches in the covers, 2 short mid-wickets. And he bowls to Hammond, who drives to mid-off, no run. 444 for 8.
444 for 8, yes.
444 for 8. When was the last time we had 444 for 4?
Not sure.
I was having to tell the kids in the Middlesex office that 1, 2, 3 for 5 does happen quite a lot.
Does.
They're not believing it.
Happened in the test yesterday.
It did, yeah. At that point, I messaged them. See, there you go. There's Higgins. Bowls. Hammond carves a drive to mid-on. 1 bounce perhaps to deploy, but 444 for 4. Not so often.
Nope. No, you have to be batting well.
Other favourite scores, Ed? 1, 2, 3 for 5.
4 for 5 is quite a good one.
4, 5, 4 for 5. What about 5, 4, 5 for 4?
That's a good one. Yeah. Well, that really is getting into the East 5, 4, 4 for 5 score, isn't it?
Higgins bowls. This is pushed up to mid-on, and Hammond's no run.
I think probably least favourite scores.
6, 4, 2 for 6.
Oh, that's nice, yeah.
It's Kookaburra cricket, folks. Here's Higgins. He's around the wicket, he bowls. And, oh, this wraps on the pad. Now that's going to be close. He swung across the line at a length ball there, Hammond. Missed it completely, and it didn't appear to get up. Not out. Says umpire Redfern.
Yes.
What, close or not out?
I think it was probably both high and missing leg.
Oh, other than that.
Higgins with that slightly round arm delivery, firing it in from wide of the crease.
Higgins to Hammond, drives an open face in front of backward point. That's going to be a lovely boundary. Good stride.
goes 2, 3, 5 for 3.
There certainly are signs, despite the fact that he's not going after every ball. I think Hammond might be starting to think about trying to unleash some of the repertoire of attacking shots that he has at his disposal.
Higgins bowls and now inside edge down to long leg, but it was almost one-handed that from Hammond, wasn't it?
He does that a lot these days.
These days.
Yeah, he used to do it occasionally, but a number of times, especially in T20 now, that he takes a hand off his bat and the ball ends up somewhere in that area. Yeah, it's not looking the easiest just to go out there and whack it, really. I think it was as much the fact that he's done that from about off stump. It's interested Middlesex as well.
Yeah.
Robson to continue, and Hammond placed that right down into the ground. He reverses a horizontal bat shot. I can tell he really wanted to try and pull that up toward the balcony, toward that irritating person who asks him for interviews every now and again. Robson bowls, driven, that's a sweet shot. Straight of mid-off. Played with a straight bat down to the long-off boundary.
That's no way to speak about Dan Whiting.
Is he up on the balcony?
Ah, yeah.
No.
That's no way to speak about Richard Hoskins.
Richard Hoskins? My editor isn't up here. I hope not, because no. No, I'm behaving myself. Richard Latham's over there, though.
Don't know your Hoskins from your Lathams.
240 for 3. Robson bowls, flights that one up there, and Hammond flicks it through a vacant leg slip position. Thinking about a second run, but no. 241 for 3. Match drawn at Chelmsford.
Oh, you got my hopes up there for a minute.
Have beaten Sussex by an innings and 128 runs at Scarborough. Sussex all out for 195. Hudson Prentice left stranded on 52. Matt Milnes 5 for 31. Robson bowls, clipped into the leg side by Phillips, with nobody saving the single out there. It's picked up at deep mid-wicket. Phillips moves on to 1-1-1. Good to see Matt Milnes back and in the wickets. One of those rumoured to be on the move. Round the wicket, Robson bowls. Hammond sweeps in the air. It will spin and fall short of to Carey, so that's one of those awkward dives to make on the edge of the College square. And dusts himself off. Hammond to 18. Continuing to look to try and attack, but as yet it's been the more conventional shots that have worked out well for him. Phillips comes down and smacks it up in the air and is fortunate that has landed right in the middle of about 4 fielders. It plops safely out in the covers and he's off 111. 1-1-2. 244 for 3, 6 away from a first batting point. I think there's a good chance that yet again at Cheltenham it'll be the last game running of all of them.
Oh, Kevin Howes will be delighted when he crosses to us.
Happens every single time.
Is it just to get you on Sports Extra?
Well,
the test will be finished first. How's all the test?
Well, the
test will be finished first.
Which channel though is Kevin?
Oh, is he on Sports Extra too?
Yes, he might be occupying one of the others today.
Oh.
This is all terribly exciting.
How can you work that out?
He still hasn't replied to my Windsor Davis.
The County
compliment.
Championship returns on Sports Extra 2 at 5:05.
Oh. What's it on now then?
There's Formula 1 on Sports Extra 2.
What's on Sports Extra 3?
The Gilf.
So we're dumped off by go-karting and crazy golf.
Practice as well.
Oh. 2:44 for 3, Gloucestershire. Here's Higgins. Right arm over, he bowls to Phillips, who nudges a single through square leg. Back to Hammond and the 3 close catches in the covers.
Practice 2. If that means anything to anybody.
Big money now, isn't it? Formula 1. Well, it always has been. Gosh,
Yeah.
got all the TV deals, fly on the wall documentaries.
Mind you, what doesn't have those now?
County cricket doesn't. That's what doesn't have it. I think there's a big trick being missed. All or nothing. Here's Higgins bowls. This is pushed back up the track and there's no run. We've had the test. We've had
2024,
the
the
edge.
glorious Gloucesters.
There you go. There you go.
Don't you kind of need the footage first before you produce the documentary? Yeah. Mind you, we could still film a few interviews and
county
things
would
in
get the best?
retrospect.
Which county would get the best documentary? Need the characters around it.
WG?
Hey, Gloucestershire.
Start of...
You just want you and Dan Whiting on there. Which counties will get the best? Who's got the best? Glamore going to be good. Ed Bevan. Nick Webb. Here's Higgins bowls, and this is pushed back to mid-on. There's no run.
That could be the promotion year this year.
Welcome to Colwyn Bay. Have they been there recently? Abergavenny. Welcome to
Not too
Abergavenny.
recently, no.
That's what you could call it. All or nothing. Welcome to Abergavenny. Nick Webb. Ed Bevan. Gareth Griffiths. Oh, I bet it'd have to be Glamorgan, wouldn't it? Higgins is in bowls, and this ball's turned backwards square on the leg side by Hammond for 2. 2:47 for 3. Surrey would be front of the queue though, wouldn't they?
Well, they would make themselves front of the queue.
Exactly. It's picking up the wind.
There's several cable ties stopping this umbrella from taking off, but I'm still not trusting them.
Higgins bowls. This is driven to mid-off. No run again. Yorkshire. When he got Doidge left, really. Mind you, there's Graham Hardcastle and Chris Waters. Yeah, the press gang that you see. That's what you need. It's the people
This is
around
what you're
the game,
oh,
isn't
yeah,
it?
for the
the
interviews
people
that
around
you
the
cut
game.
to around the footage. You mean?
You got Dave the doorman at Lancaster,
Oh,
at Old
yes.
Trafford. Higgins bowls. This is pushed back to extra cover, no run.
It's the most amazing juxtaposition, isn't it, at Old Trafford, of the most unwelcoming and unfriendly stewards on the circuit, and then
Apart
you have
from
Dave, who welcomes you like
Yeah.
a long lost friend.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wait, it's not just me then. Essex. Toppers in the Essex Mafia. There's the cast of thousands, isn't there, on BBC Radio Essex?
Oh, they've managed to drag him off a bad light at Canterbury.
Have they?
I'm sure. Well, I don't know. Maybe its sun stopped play again, like Gloucestershire had earlier this season there. Any excuse. With that game being
Any excuse
poised as it is.
An excuse to tuck into the meal deal again at Canterbury.
We ended up with a
I
carvery
know
there
you
one day
did.
this
How
year.
did you get the carvery?
Oh,
Because the fridges at the supermarket were broken.
Something like that, yeah.
So if I get
It wasn't me that went and broke them as well.
Yeah, exactly. I'm going to sabotage the fridges.
Robson Bowles meeting this on the full. Phillips slapping it past extra cover. There was a tumble from Geddes, but it was hit too hard. Might have taken his fingertips with it. And out to the extra cover boundary. Another 4 hit through that region by Phillips. He moves to 117, and that is 251 for 3. So Gloucestershire bring up their first batting point.
Someone must have tried it, mustn't they?
Robson Bowles. Phillips tries to lay into that one, flogs it off the back foot down to long off. Sort of straight pull. Almost threw himself backwards off his feet there. Phillips picks up 1 for it.
One of the counties must have thought about it going to Amazon Prime or someone like that, all or nothing.
They take it. Well, no. I shouldn't say it that way, but they do seem to take rather a lot.
What do you mean?
Well, those companies that produce those documentaries.
Take a lot in what way?
Well, it's a documentary made about everything.
Well, it's meant to be. It's, yeah. What, you think the counties wouldn't like it? Too much?
No. Robson Bowles, that's a real drag down, and Hammond, despite the fact that that was about halfway down, I think that was threatening a second bounce. Hammond gets to it very low down and pulls it for a single to deep mid-wicket.
Middlesex would be quite good because you got the juxtaposition of being tenants at Lords and the MCC. So you'd have all that side of it, wouldn't you? And then the outgrounds.
Animosity.
No animosity, it's great.
Robson Bowles, Phillips down again, over extra cover, and that will bounce 3 times and go over the extra cover boundaries, peppering the Premier Club. What have they done to annoy him? 122 for Phillips.
Seriously, because any time it comes up about reduction of Middlesex games at Lords, the MCC members are fuming. Fuming, no, they want Middlesex at Lords.
257 for 3. Robson Bowles, that's short. Phillips pulls it hard. Can't quite get it wide enough of long on, so just a single.
The only thing that's made it more difficult is the 100, and it's that's not, getting into the 100 debate. It's just the fact that the number of games, for the square, the amount of games that you can play on a square each year. About 65 days a year, maybe, I think, are played at Lords. 65 matches.
Imagine that hybrid pitches at Lords.
There's 2.
Oh, there are 2. Well, there you go. There's your solution then. Padded back by Hammond as he comes down the pitch, end of the over, 258 for 3.
Yeah, but then Carl and the gang would have no time to prepare the other pitches. So that's the point. It's how long it takes to prepare the pitches, look after the square, and how many you can get on. So obviously now you've got, since my time starting, the year after my first year doing Middlesex was the first England Women's International at Lords. Claire Taylor hit those runs. Against India. So you've now got England men, England women, Middlesex men, Middlesex women, although not as much as they'd like.
Well, there's actually going to be a women's test at Lords, isn't there?
There is. 100 men, 100 women. MCC men, MCC women. So you've got a lot of teams to get on that square at Lords. So, but the basics of it, the MCC members want as much first-class cricket as they can get at Lords, and the team that provides them that is Middlesex. Yep. And similarly, Middlesex would love to play all their matches at Lords as well. So, but there are other matters, aren't there? There are other things that, like the 100, but like the rise of various other teams at Lords. So, but yeah, I think Middlesex would be a good one, wouldn't it? Documentary about Middlesex. Middlesex all or nothing. Will they be in Division 2 or Division 1 next year? Here's a man that would dearly love a crack at Division 1, Ryan Higgins. And with him, Liz Deploy, having a natter, the skipper. Bowling for a couple of bonus points here, just to try and keep him with a chance of toppling Glamorgan for that second promotion spot. 258 for 3. Higgins is past the umpire, he bowls, and up on his toes. Phillips punches back with a point. They're going to pick up 2. Deep third comes around.
I suppose the irony being that Higgins left Gloucestershire round about halfway through the season. They were in Division 1.
Stop it.
No ball.
Umpires. Hey. Every head on this balcony is just turned towards the scorers down the end.
Eventually one's... There you go, there's the thumbs up. Ooh, umpire Redfern had to say... What's she saying? Making a point to
Not sure.
quite a few people out there about this, that and the other. Now what? Ooh, no ball wide. What's going on? How many behind square were
Yeah,
there?
I think that must have been what it was
So
about.
was there no ball called in the end as well as a... It was a wide originally, right?
No, it was turned away for 2.
And what did umpire Redfern...
Signalled no ball.
Oh, she
and then
did
she
signal no
made
ball.
this sort of signal as though it was like catch or something.
Right,
but
okay.
Anyway.
Higgins is in, bowls, and down the leg side. Good tumbling stop by Cracknell. Yes, of course, 2 were punched away. The actual shot was so long ago, I couldn't remember what it was. 262 for 3, so Gloucester 38 for another batting point with 22 overs to go. So they've got a chance of 350 if they started to motor. It is a quick scoring ground here. Run rates climb to 4. Middlesex were going at 4.5 throughout the most part of their innings, weren't they? As here's Higgins in, bowls, and this is a toe cruncher, but it's clipped by Phillips, seeing it big down to long leg for a single.
Yeah, I think, judging by what's happened with Phillips the last couple of overs, he definitely looks as though either he's had the message or he's decided that he's really going to try and attack now.
Somerset would be a good all or nothing, wouldn't it, down the West Country? I know I shouldn't be saying this on BBC Radio Bristol and the Gloucestershire stations.
Well, goodness knows, again, they'd make themselves pretty much front of the queue.
Yeah. Well, they all should. We'd love a county cricket documentary, wouldn't we? .263 for 3. Higgins around the wicket to Hammond. Forward he goes, pushing back, and there's no run. Somebody must have gone to Amazon Prime about all or nothing. So come on, you haven't done county cricket. You got the test, but you haven't done an all or nothing about domestic cricket. Durham, there'd be another one. A bit like the Sunderlands.
Oh. When the ECB relegated Durham, according to some. Well, I suppose actually they did relegate them, but it was, yes.
Sun's out as Higgins is in, bowls, this is clipped to mid-wicket and there's no run. Oh, it's got through. How did it get through? Must have been a bobble on, I think it's Geddes there, and they're going to get a couple. Mid-on goes around to collect, 265 for 3. Oh, Marty would love it, wouldn't he? He'd be all over that. He would be all over that. Nick Barnes was in that Sunderland documentary, of course, wasn't he? Sunderland, BBC's
Right.
Sunderland commentator, yeah. Higgins around the wicket again, bowls, and this is turned through square leg for a single. 266 for 3. New Road, Bradders. Bradders in a documentary. That would be great. And he's the PA as well, isn't he? 50 partnership with that single. Phillips 24, Hammond 24. Imagine Bradders in a documentary. The tales he'd tell. You'd just have to leave it on the PA at New Road, wouldn't you? You'd have a documentary in itself.
Well,
we were thinking we might have a
well,
3-day
Dave Griffin
finish.
would have a documentary on
Derby,
PA stories
Derbyshire.
at Derbyshire, definitely.
Oh, he had a good one, didn't he? Wasn't that the one that chipped away at Gap? Was it the Derbyshire No, that was Wantage Road, wasn't it? His Higgins bowls all short and down the track. Phillips hooks a single out to deep mid-wicket. Higgins saw him coming. Was it Northamptonshire? We'd like to thank the visiting skipper Mike Gatting on his very generous declaration. Wasn't that the old story?
Not sure.
Yeah, I think they had a couple of prize PAs, didn't they, at Derby and Northampton. 267 for 3, that was the end of the over. Hammond 24, 127 for Phillips.
Let's get down here, get behind the boys.
Yeah, I reckon Somerset, Worcester, Durham, Middlesex would be a good one.
Basically,
Indeed.
we've named every county.
No, I've gone through the counties, but I'm now coming up with my top 3.
Okay.
4. I reckon Somerset, Worcester. Maybe not Worcester, I'm only saying Worcester for Bradders. Somerset, Derby, Middlesex. With the Lords. I think you're a great documentary. Like, you'd be in and out, wouldn't you, of all the different things going on at Lords as well. Then the outgrounds.
And there are still 22 overs to go.
Just because I haven't mentioned Gloucestershire, just because you want to be front and centre.
Field is scattered somewhat. De Carey's replacing Robson, and it's short, pulled high in the air, and will not be stopped in the end at long on. Fielder tried to reach out right-handed and pull it back, but couldn't do so. 4 more for Phillips. 271 for 3. I don't know, what's going through your head when you get the call from the captain at this stage to bowl? I know that the wickets are important, but it's hard to create intensity when you're not really feeling it. Back and defending Phillips for no run. This partnership has gone at a run a ball around about. It's just dipped below a run a ball. De Carey's thrashed into the ground by Phillips. It'll be stopped by the bowler away to his left. Jogging up, bowling, and blocking once again is Phillips. So 3 wickets in 21 overs. For another point for Middlesex, they've taken 3 wickets in nearly 68 overs. De Carey's bowling, the full ball squeezed out through the offside for 1 run. 272 for 3. Does it make the maths any nicer if Middlesex get 1 more point?
Well, yes, it does, but
Well, I mean, in terms of, is it 20, 24, 25, that sort of thing? Is it like a...
Is the gap 1 less if Middlesex get 1 more point? Yes. Now you know.
21 overs, 21 overs. It's only 21 more overs. Here comes De Carey's bowling to Hammond, and there's a 4 defence. So
Go on, try and make a sensible attempt at that question.
I think it was quite a sensible question. You just chose to take it as something stupid.
Go on, what was the question? Does it
Well,
make it nicer if they get 1 more point?
So if they get 1 more, what is the gap? I'm going to try and work it out. I'm not going to ask you, because clearly you've either got no idea or just don't want to be helpful.
I did go through it early. You can't expect me to remember these things. Let's have a look.
I think the answer's no, isn't it? Because it's not. It's still more than a win's worth that Glamorgan are ahead by.
Yes.
So, yeah, you can sort of quibble about a point.
It makes
here
it
or there,
nicer, but not nice enough.
Yeah.
Does it make it nice enough? I think is the question you're
Effectively, the only reason I was interested was whether it made it something like 25 or 24. Yes, well, that's another thing.
In answer to your question, yes, it does make it something like 25 or 24. I'm looking it up. I'm doing it now. Here's Higgins. Right arm over, he bowls, and been down on that. Phillips is going to get a single as well. He dabbed on it, thought, where did it go? And then all of a sudden he was called through. Single taken.
Good run. I got a waft of vinegar then. Okay. Surely a member of the Gloucestershire coaching staff hasn't ordered fish and chips.
The lad down the end with the scorers, whoever he is, he's been having fish and chips all the game, hasn't he?
Yeah, I can't see any fish and chips down below us either. Gentleman with his books decided that he's had enough.
Has he gone?
Or he's just decided to sit somewhere else. Right, that's it. I've finished the book. I'm off.
He's probably getting heckled by you. He wanted to leave. Go and sit somewhere else. Higgins is bowling off spin now to Hammond. His right arm round bowls, and Hammond's forward driving a single into the offside. Moves to 25, 274 for 3. All right, one more time. Pay attention this time, Seaborn. I'll go through the table again, because we've got so much else to talk about as well. Here's Higgins. Slip. Mid-wicket and extra cover. Catching. And Higgins over the wicket now to Phillips. Bowls and forward he goes, defending, back up the track, no run. Tables. Division 2. Higgins again, bowls, and this is worked to mid-wicket by De Carey's field, no run. Glamorgan are 165, Middlesex are 123. So there are 42 points between the teams. As things stand, as Higgins bowls past the edge of a booming drive from Hammond, through to the gloves of the keeper it goes. Middlesex are on course to take 13 points from this game. Oh, swept in the air, fine, of the straight mid-wicket. An orthodox mid-wicket would have had a dolly, but then maybe he wouldn't have played the shot. Although it was so mistimed and miscued that I don't think that's where he was planning on putting it anyway. But single it is, 275 for 3. So with their 5 bonus points and 8 for the draw, 13 points as things stand, Middlesex will move to 126. A whopping
136.
136. A whopping 29 points behind Glamorgan, which is why even 2 more points to take their 27.
Well, that's where I was getting at, really. 29 versus 27, or if it was, say, 26 versus 24, because I think that makes a bigger... I mean, not at this stage a vital difference,
well,
but it would be nice to have it within that win.
Middlesex will have to win 3, and they'll have to hope that Glamorgan win, lose and draw in their 3.
De Carey's to Phillips, driving along the floor, down to long off.
And that's, at this stage now, really come what may of these 2 bonus points, but as they are there potentially for the taking, with a second new ball 10 overs away, they'll hope to at least take 1 more point from this one, won't they?
De Carey's round the wicket, bowls a quicker delivery, which is swept by Hammond to deep backward square, so a couple of singles from the first 2 balls of this over. Joe Phillips wants a new pair of gloves.
So in answer to your original question, will it be nicer if they get 1 more point? Yes.
I said to make the maths nicer.
Yes, it will make the maths nicer.
From your point of view, yes.
However,
De Carey's in, and a late dab, and he's not got anything on that, through to the keeper.
answering my own far more sensible question, will it make the maths nice enough? No.
Right, which is basically the question that I did ask. You decided to misinterpret. Down he comes, Phillips, and clipping DeLong on to 136. 278 for 3. Anyway, in misinterpreting it, you killed 3 overs. So
exactly.
That
you're welcome.
Well, just pointing it out in case anybody else hadn't realised. Down he comes, Hammond, and drives back towards the bowler. He feigns a shy at the stumps.
What's filling a final hour without being pedantic?
I'm being pedantic. Was that really being pedantic what you were being? I think you were being contrary. Here comes De Carey's bowls, and there's a good-looking shot from Hammond, getting to the pitch of the ball and driving it past extra cover. Down the slope it goes and to the boundary. So 282 for 3 as Hammond is on to 30, and that's the end of another over.
No, it wasn't.
Nearly.
No, it wasn't. I was being pedantic.
Nearly out. the final hour.
Are we nearly? How long? Three more
to go.
overs.
Where they could get through more than 16 overs.
Which they will, of course, because they'll have that second new ball in hand. They'll have picked up 5 wickets and they'll want that 9th
The bowling
wicket.
spin with the new ball.
Yeah. Oh no, but Helm will be off 2 paces.
They are counting down in terms of the game still going. Drawn at Canterbury. Drawn now at Trent Bridge, where Somerset
What's going on at Wantage Road?
cleared their innings at 200 for 5-0. They're still 5 down, Derbyshire.
Oh, well. So that keeps Derbyshire in the hunt.
Yeah, Rees and Brooke Guest still there.
Here's Higgins, right arm over, off spin to finish. This is hit in the air and taken at long on. Middlesex have a 4th wicket. Phillips has gone for 136, holding out. And 282 for 3. 10 shy of the second new ball for 4, sorry, 10 shy of the second new ball.
Yeah, he was certainly itching, was Phillips. It was though he decided that he needed to have a 6 to go with all these 4s and tried to take on what is one of the longer boundaries at Cheltenham down to the Chapel End, but that ends a terrific innings from Joe Phillips. He's not only broken through his own ceiling of 80 in terms of first-class cricket, he's got to his 100. He hasn't just stopped at that 100 as well, he's got to 136. And that is a really nice moment on a day where it's mostly been about points and playing the game out, but I'm sure that those that have turned out today will feel as though they've spent their money well, because you can say they were there for the first-class 100 of Joe Phillips. 136 from 182. And Bracey out to join Hammond. So 2 more for the second bowling point for Middlesex. So 14 more to avoid the follow-on.
Sorry, I'm looking up the order of those games that are to come for Division 2, because Middlesex played Derbyshire next at Lords, which Middlesex will very much want to win to be one of their 3 wins to try and keep the pressure on Glamorgan. Then Derbyshire at home to Glamorgan. By that point, if Middlesex have beaten Derbyshire, will Derbyshire be so far out of it that they've given up the ghost? Glamorgan are away to Northamptonshire in the meantime. Then Middlesex that week are at Old Trafford, then they're at home to Gloucestershire, and Glamorgan are at home to Lancashire. 10:30 starts as well, that all plays into it, doesn't it? Who wins the toss, who gets to go first at 10:30. Bit of grass at Jimmy at 10:30 at Cardiff, bit of grass on the surface. Jimmy and Bailey.
Just prepare a flat one.
Well, I mean, yes. Yeah, exactly that.
Bonus points, you know, gets to that
Mason
stage.
Crane.
Well,
Go through them again.
Yeah, done a job on them. Crane and Kellaway could make it spin. Don't know if Green's going to be there by that point for Lancashire. Possibly not. I'll have to look that up.
Bracey on strike, the left-hander. Here's Higgins, right arm over the wicket, the off-spinner. And this is tickled. Just fine of the short leg for a single by Bracey to get off the mark. First ball, 283 for 4, 17 for another batting point for Gloucestershire.
I'm not sure that he will be, actually. Yeah. Oh, well, it's subject to availability. They're hoping to have him for the one-day cup, so he might stay on.
Higgins bowls, and down the track comes Hammond and gets a leading edge into the offside. Fine and shy of Carey's coming around from extra cover.
Suggest whilst Higgins would have enjoyed that wicket of the youngster, one of his 2 long-time former teammates would matter.
Higgins bowls down the leg side. Bounces back off the chest of Cracknell, no run.
Pulled that ball so quickly, I thought I could get the point in, but obviously not.
What was the point?
There is none. There never is.
Higgins. Cloud cover over Cheltenham. He bowls. This is driven out to deep cover for a single. Hammond's on 31, 284 for 4. And one's coming the 71st over. Just wait for the excitement when they have that second new ball in hand, which they will definitely be going for it now. They're only 2 shy of that second bowling point now. Higgins bowls and Bracey cuts. Deep backward point is Helm. Single taken. Bracey 2 from 2. And Gloucestershire 285 for 4. Trailing by 160.
Does get to that feeling though so often in these sorts of games and situations where you still feel it's mostly that the wickets will come because Gloucestershire are looking to attack, so Middlesex have got to try and make them attack. When we've seen 2 wickets today, one a pull shot dragged onto the stumps and one caught long on. I'm not saying that there couldn't be a magic ball, but we've seen a fair amount of cricket today and there hasn't been a wicket taken with one yet. De Carey's bowling short and cut away by Bracey straight into the ground. It's a shot that he does enjoy. Looks especially irritated not to have picked the gap. De Carey's bowling driving through the covers off the front foot this time. Bracey to deep cover. 286 for 4. Some fairly dark clouds looming overhead, but don't look as though they're likely to be either bringing rain or causing light to curtail proceedings prematurely. Down the pitch, Hammond driving the ball. Was that on the bump back to De Carey's? I guess it must have been. And off his fingertips to mid-on for no run. Mid-off and mid-on at a tempting distance back to try and clear. De Carey's in and Hammond stretches forward, pushes to cover, jogging across. Robson will prevent the run, so a quiet over. Just the 1 run from it.
Oh, rain stop play at the Oval.
8 down. Carey's bowls. Hammond does try and take on mid-off and mid-on and does it to good effect. Slams into the base of the advertising board, and we do have our first 6 of the innings. Still a measured strike from Hammond. Just doing enough to loft it over the top. And still hits it far enough. 292 for 4, so 8 runs away from a second batting point, and Gloucestershire would draw level with Middlesex for the match. Down he comes again, Hammond, and just checking his shot towards mid-on for no run. So that's the end of the over. 1 more until the final hour.
Oh,
I was going to say it normally this time. Who's going to get to tap their watch? Be Neil Pratt.
will it?
Guess.
Who will?
Exciting signals.
Yeah. 2 red ferns standing for this one. Here is Higgins. He's got a slip and a short leg. Backward point. And a breeze blowing at his back as he bowls. Forward goes Bracey, pushing into the offside. We're being battered by this wind that you can hear. No sheltering from it, I'm afraid. Higgins bowls, and an upright sweep gets away potentially off a bottom edge down the leg side. Let's see what umpire Redfern signals as the ball pops over the rope and oh, leg buys. Okay. for applause from the crowd, thinking it was runs, but 296 for 4 it is. 2 away from a batting point. So 16 overs remaining, then that 350 is certainly on. There's 100 balls left of the match head.
Ooh.
16.4 overs remain. Higgins bowls, and this ball's clipped to mid-wicket. Quick singles taken as Holden dives to his right to stop it getting away. So if they went to run a ball, they'd be just shy of the 400, which is possible.
It is. I mean, they've been scoring at that rate recently anyway.
Well, I was going to say they've upped their run rate from what was 2.5 for the most part. It's now 4.1, so they're going along at nigh on.
The Hammond-Phillips partnership was basically a run a ball.
Higgins bowls, down the track comes Hammond, drives to extra cover to Carey's fields.
But what they could do is score at 4.5, 5 for a bit, and then with Hammond there, he's got the ability to accelerate.
Higgins, drive from Hammond out to deep cover. Kane Williamson is the fielder.
I suppose if nothing else, it's a bit of practice in terms of limited overs stuff. Again, Hammond will be playing in the 100.
Who's he playing for?
The Oval Invincibles.
Higgins bowls, forward goes Bracey, pushing into the offside, there's no run. I still think it would be better, if they're going to have it, then have, you know, you've got to play for your regional team. Just give it some identity, you know.
Sorry, so what, lumping Gloucestershire and Somerset with Glamorgan?
Yeah.
Right, okay, see what you mean.
Middlesex, Essex and Northants, like the regional women's teams, because at least there'd be an identity then. You know, this region. No? You like the draft?
Well, I just think if you're going to have a franchise tournament, then you've kind of got to have a sort of draft auction type thing. De Carey's round the wicket bowling. Hammond has got to the pitch of that one, and to the point where actually if he'd not quite come down as much, he might have met it on the full. Straight back to the bowler it goes. Oh, the final hour started. I didn't write the time down.
14 minutes past.
I'll just go with that.
Or 30.
Unless it's just ticked over. Pushed forward defensively. Hammond. You know, there's still every chance Middlesex will get through more overs with spin from both ends, and especially if they take one more wicket, they'll be wanting to hurry through. Hammond down the pitch, working firmly to mid-on as the sun peeps out for a bit, just making those clouds look all the more sooty up above. Carey's bowls driven in the air past extra cover. Will spin obligingly to the deep cover fielder. Just be a single. So 299 for 4. The required rate increases. Such jeopardy. Williamson being sent to deep backward square for Bracey, who hits it in the air. He's going to be caught at mid-on. He is. There's the 5th wicket. And on the stroke of a second batting point, Gloucestershire lose another wicket. And James Bracey, who was looking to go straight, clear that mid-on fielder, didn't get particularly close to clearing him. Helm taking the catch, I should say, and De Carey's claiming a wicket. Bracey for 4, and Gloucestershire 299 for 5.
Yeah, good innings. A good catch from Helm there at mid-on. Those are the words I was looking for. It's just cold now. It's hard work now, I've got to be honest, folks. Top of this balcony. It's hard work up here. Van Buren comes out. Let's join Hammond on 39, who does have a good innings.
See what the freshly shaven-headed Graham Van Buren can do.
Oh, we've had shaven heads, shaven ends here at Cheltenham College this week.
You're going to have a shave this week.
Maybe. Right-hander
Not by
joins
the
the
hairs on your
left-hander.
chinny chin chin.
Oh dear. De Carey's 2 for 84. And there's one ball left in this over. So we'll see just how much the 400 means to Gloucestershire. In comes De Carey's bowls. Van Buren back and playing a very dangerous shot, first ball. Just guiding it behind square. It was a dink, really, as much as anything. And that is a single that keeps Van Buren the strike. It's a second batting point, and it looks as though every run that Van Buren scores is going to be greeted with a rapturous round of applause. 15 overs to go, so could they? 4 wickets in 15 overs, Middlesex.
Well, you say the 400 for Gloucestershire, 15 overs. With the fall of the wicket, if they were to pick up Hammond, then the 350 would become slightly perilous, wouldn't it?
Chapel End.
Maybe.
56, Luke Holman.
Luke Holman is into the attack for Middlesex, the 75th over. 4 overs, none for 21 for Holman so far. Slipping a short leg, crouched down for Van Buren, the right-hander. De Carey's is warming up again, or going through his motions at backward point. Holman's in, bowls and backing up. Van Buren pushes back to Holman, no run.
Sort of again depends, you know, Gloucestershire thinking also about bonus points given away to Middlesex themselves.
Holman bowls, and this is pushed just wide of the mid-on for a single. And comes Cornwell to collect.
I suppose let's say they get 350 and don't lose the wicket, then they'll end up with more points than Middlesex out of the match.
Yes.
Basically as good as a win then.
Closing the gap. And would one more point be nicer than...
Let me do the maths later. I'll send you a text.
Will it be a 2-worded text? Here's Holman around the wicket, he bowls, and this is punched away out to deep cover, 302 for 5. It bought us 3 overs, don't look at me like that. Hammond 40, Van Buren on 2, Holman. Don't sit there shaking your head. Slipping a short leg, Holman's in. Bowls and forward goes. Oh, Van Buren, he drops quick single in front of De Carey's at point. Through they go. 5.2 overs to the second new ball. 1 more wicket for a second bowling point for Middlesex. 4 more wickets for what Middlesex will hope are a crucial 2 bonus points come the end of the season. Holman again bowls, and down the track comes Hammond. This is driven out to deep cover for a single. Hammond's on to 41. 304 for 5. I think if it wasn't so chilly, we wouldn't be so Statler and Waldorf about this evening. It's just the cold's a bit depressing up here, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you know, in terms of the fare that we've seen, especially from, say, from a Gloucestershire point of view, seeing that innings from Phillips.
The fare that
More
we've
than
served up
worth
as
it.
well. It's Holman bowls. Oh, that's cut late. Down to deep third. They're going to take 2. I was wondering whether either the keeper or slipper are interested for a moment. Cracknell was throwing up his gloves. I just think to take the ball without the late cut, which was quite edgy, but Slip seemed interested. 3:06 for 5. That's the end of the 75th over. There are 14 remaining of this Championship Division 2 match at Cheltenham College. Brought to you live on the BBC Sport website and app by myself, Kevin Hand, and Ed Seaborn for BBC's Radio Bristol, Radio Gloucester, Radio London, and live on the streams as well. And on your smart speakers, we're everywhere. Can't get away from us.
Do you like it or not?
Yeah.
Hammond waits on 41. Carey's just wafting his backward point. A little bit squarer. Just the slip for company mid-off, back towards the boundary, mid-on up. Hammond comes down and hacks it into the onside for 1 run to deep mid-wicket. Still just about going at New Road. I'll be needing something like 12 and over there, but maybe they're giving it a go. Worcestershire 183 for 2, requiring a further 175. And Derbyshire and Northamptonshire. Carey's bowls, Van Buren pushes it back. Derbyshire still 5 down, with Rees on 59 and Guest on 60. And they're also now 10 runs into the lead. So I imagine that will have too far to go. To Carey's bowls, skipping down and then blocking. Van Buren to Carey's. Wander back.
What time will you get home tonight, Ed?
Carey's bowling. Van Buren drives past extra cover, and in fact that will be 4, because there's a deep backward point but no deep cover. 3:11 for 5. It depends how quickly I can pack this kit up.
Oh, right. Mr. Pedantic. You've been pedantic all evening. How long does it take you to get home?
Well, I'm not going home this evening.
Oh, where are you going?
Going to Brighton. Did I not tell you earlier?
Wait, you're staying in Brighton overnight?
Yeah.
Who with? Do I know them?
Adrian Harms, of course. No. Van Buren back and clipping into the onside for no run. No, I wasn't going to make it to Brighton for a 10:30 start the next morning, was I?
Why not? It's only Brighton.
Get up at 5:30.
It's not Durham.
De Carey's round the wicket, bowls, and tapped away for no run. So 5 from the over. 311 for 5. The overs tick down, 13 left. In a 5-all draw.
So run this by me again. From Cheltenham, how are you getting to Brighton tonight? Oh, you've been telling me this all day.
I'm just wondering why we need to run through every plan that I've got.
Because we've got 13 overs to fill it. Well, you could jump a lift with me halfway and then hitchhike the rest. Holman, he's around the wicket. Bowls. And, oh, it's swept into the right shin pad of short leg, who hangs his head backwards, thinking, what have I done to deserve this? That's both shins struck now, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Or at least the same one twice, but I think it's 2 different ones.
What part of London are you? I mean, where do you live?
Southwest.
I mean, I'm not, you know, if you were a part of London, what would you be?
Holman bowls. This is driven to cover. There's no run. Southwests. Should be into Clapham Junction, down to Brighton. Be away. See, you haven't thought this through at all, have you? This is why we need to discuss these things on air. Listeners love a production meeting or a logistics plan on air. Holman's in, bowls, and an edge from Van Buren. He's forward, searching for that ball. Thick edge along the floor to backward point.
You do say that name very West Country.
Which?
Van Buren.
Van Buren. How should I say it? Holman in. Van Buren cuts down to deep.
third, and they're going to take 2, sliding as De Carey's. 3:14 for 5. To be fair, the only time that I've ever heard his name being said, it would have been with the West Country accent over the years.
Well, very
who's
much. If you would like those Madeleines that Callie Barlow has brought up, it should be Graham van Buren.
Holman, he's over the wicket, bowls and edged and gone, taken at slip. Holman picks up Van Buren for 11, 314 for 6. Middlesex have their second batting points, and Higgins taking the catch. Holman 1 for 30 in his 6th over now, and he will be mightily pleased with that. So will Middlesex. They've got their second batting point now. Can they get their third? They've got 15 overs and a second new ball imminent to try and find 3 wickets. There's a chance.
Was a really good ball from Luke Holman. It's pitched just outside off stump, but then if he's, I don't know whether he's picked it or not as a leggy, he may well not have done, because if he thinks it's a googly, then obviously he's got to play that shot, just follows it and a feather through to slip. So having had the wickets to that point fall to batters looking to try and get on with it, that was a real beauty from Luke Holman. And Zaman Akhtar comes out. Well, given that they're not thinking at all about now denying Middlesex a second bowling point, they almost might as well have a bit of a dart. Akhtar generally likes to attack.
Yeah, I think Holman is very much going to be in play here. Middlesex have probably given themselves a slight problem with the second new ball coming up, because I think the leggy could well have some fun in this final hour. There it is. 3:14 for 6. Holman bowls, and a little paddle tucked fine around the corner by Akhtar will bring him a couple. So 3:16 for 6. Now, bearing in mind that 350 is on, very much on, but they've still got to get there. And it might take them a couple of wickets to get there, which means Middlesex will be on the verge of a third bowling point. 3:16 for 6. And the correct pronunciation, or the West Country pronunciation of
Van Buren
has come to an end, because he's out. Yeah, the only time that I'd ever have been introduced to that name, ever, it would have been with a West Country accent.
when you've been on with
Covering-
Bob, of course.
Yeah, Barnet Bob with a West Country accent. Up the Shire. Middlesex fan, wasn't he, Bob? Barnet boy.
I'm not sure you could say he was a Middlesex fan.
Well, in the end he wasn't. He was a Gloucestershire fan, up the Shire. He knew how to play for his audience, didn't he, Bob?
De Carey's in the sunshine, bowling to Hammond. As a gull lands right in front of deep cover, and Hammond tries to reverse sweep. Akhtar is positioning himself to try and take a single that Hammond is not interested in at all. And it's stopped there at backward point. Hammond is certainly not thinking just about the 350 with that shot. The requirement for 400 is very steep. De Carey's bowling, and Hammond plays that reverse sweep, meeting it just on the full, I think, that time. And oh dear, there's some rather untidy cricket there from Middlesex, as that gets right through everybody and ends up being an overthrow. So there'll be 3:18 for 6. Cracknell held his gloves out as if to say, put it right into those, and then it went miles over them. De Carey's bowling. It's gone for a huge slog sweep. The ball's gone almost nowhere into the onside. And they take a single. There's been an awful lot of winding up for big shots. Quite a lot of them haven't worked out. 319 for 6. 146 to Hammond, match drawn at Wantage Road. Derbyshire ending 185 for 5. So just 2 games left in the County Championship here and at New Road. See how many overs there are left in that match. Do Worcestershire have a chance of pulling off a victory? Did Hampshire make it too friendly? De Carey's bowling down the pitch, Actor, hitting it off a huge slicing edge, and it lands between cover and backward point. And they'll sprint through for 1, 320 for 6. So yeah, Worcestershire need 164 from 16.5 overs. So they haven't got to the final hour yet at New Road. They've got 7 wickets in hand with Jake Libby approaching 100. De Carey's round the wicket, bowling, and just almost a fake shimmy down the pitch there from Hammond to defend it into the leg side.
A fake shimmy. Will you be pulling out a few of those on the dance floor in Brighton tonight?
A fake shimmy.
Is that one of your moves?
Well, if the fake is that I then don't do anything at all, then yes, that's roughly about right. Over the wicket, De Carey's. Almost everybody back on the boundary now.
You'll be shimmying when I get you out in London later in September.
Yeah, maybe shimmying away from you as fast as possible. De Carey's bowls, Hammond gently turns it into the onside, takes the single that they were just giving him. And it's 321 for 6, 11 overs left. 5 runs from that one. I don't think Kevin Howells is going to be coming here, Kevin, I'm afraid.
You think he's at
It's
New Road?
too exciting at New Road.
Yeah.
10 and over, 16 overs, 7 wickets in hand.
Are they still filling at the Test match day? They might have well, they might still be.
Way too excited about this.
Hmm?
I know they're playing again at the Test anyway.
Where is Howells this week, though? I don't know.
He was at Old Trafford yesterday.
Oh, was he? Ah. Holman's around the wicket. Bowls to Hammond, who gets a top edge on it, and it's just out of reach. Oh my goodness me. Higgins has done everything he could possibly do to turn that into a chance. Diving forward, it was close in the end, but only Ryan Higgins really could try and turn that into a chance. 50 up for Hammond. 51 from 63 balls.
That's the most Miles Hammond way to get to 50 ever.
Yeah, top edge sweep.
Spinning,
just out of reach.
Spinning top edge that somehow hit the ground and kicked on and seemed to gather pace off the ground. Obviously it didn't, but... dear.
It's a reverse from Hammond, and oh, it gets through. Helm punches at the ground as he missed that one slide in to try and stop it. Through it goes, and Gloucestershire 329 for 6 with 10.4 overs to go, so well within sight of a 3rd batting point. Middlesex nearly in sight of a 7th wicket as they eye 9 wickets and 3 bowling bonus points. The tension. You'd need a
there is
samurai
tension, but it's mostly because of the cold wind.
You'd need a samurai sword to cut it. 329 for 6. Here's Holman around the wicket to Hammond. Leg spinner bowls and the left-handers down the track, driving a single to long on. 56 for Hammond, 330 for 6, Gloucestershire. 3 balls left of the 79th over.
Yeah, almost at that new ball.
Yes. Would you take it, or would you give
I
it?
don't
Keep it with Holman.
I would actually. No. If they're going to go after the spinners, then you'd probably rather they were doing it against the old one rather than the new one.
Well, they're going to get the 20 runs, aren't they?
Well, that, yeah, but I think the way that they're now going after
You
it,
think they're going
after
for
the
400?
400
Yeah.
still. I think they're still
Yeah.
at least making an attempt until, Maybe until Hammond gets out, then it might change, but whilst Hammond's still there, they'll still think they can get there.
Holman bowls up tall. Actor stands and pushes back into the onside.
This is getting a bit ugly now.
Hey! No need for that. Oh, the cricket. Yeah, it was.
I'm not talking about your scabby
stepping
knee.
over it. Here's Holman to Actor, who drops a fraction short, and Actor pulls him out to deep mid-wicket, and he gets away for 4 more. 334 for 6. And they are pushing on. Here, Gloucestershire in pursuit of that 4th batting point, and as you say, the chance to level up 6-all with Middlesex on the bonus points in the game.
Scoreboard thinks it's the end of the over.
Ah, what's gone awry there?
Possibly the scoreboard.
Forward goes. Hammond pushing it back to mid-wicket. There's no run. 334 for 6. Thank you, Ed. Possibly the scoreboard.
What?
Oh, were you not being
You
facetious?
asked. I answered.
What are you looking up now?
I'm looking to see what happened in the second 11 game at Rockhampton. Gloucestershire beat Sussex by 5 wickets. Down the road with that target that was set for them, as so often happens in second 11 cricket, the game being set up. De Carey's round the wicket bowling Hammond down the pitch and ends up yorking himself, and there's a good stop from De Carey's at the non-striker's end. De Carey's bowling. Oh, good grief. Hammond's gone for a slog sweep. He's then, I think, received a pretty much a Yorker length delivery. He's attempted to defend the ball in the end whilst he's on his back leg, and then ends up staring back at De Carey's as the ball, I think, misses everything. This is getting really bizarre. Hammond down the pitch and looking to try and whack that one straight. Gets a thick edge down to fine leg for 1 run. 335 for 6. This is far too taxing for my descriptive skills. At 20 to 6, the team's playing for 1 point either way in the table. And also, whilst I'm getting irritated because the I key on my laptop isn't working. I can't work out why. De Carey's bowls, Actor sweeps, it's looping in the air and it bounces once to short fine leg. Top edge from Actor. Take another single, 336 for 6. Give up. I key simply won't work. It's no good for me. Hammond drives a low full toss to extra cover and there's no run. One ball remains in this over. 80th over of the innings. 9 still to go. De Carey's bowls and Hammond gets a low full toss, drives it to long off and keeps the strike on 58. 3 from that over, so what's 63 now required from 9 overs for 400 for Gloucestershire, so it's still not entirely out of the realms as the new ball, I think, has come out onto the field, but I don't think as yet it's been taken. No, I don't see it being waved. England bowled out at the Oval for 247. Bowled out because Chris Woakes isn't batting. So they have a lead, but only of 23.
3-3-7 for 6. 80th over. Holman's in. 81st over indeed. He bowls, and this is eased into the offside. So backward point, and there's no run. It looks like the second new ball is not to be had, or at least if it is, it's going to be, well, it's certainly going to be held back now. 3-3-7 for 6. 8.5 overs to go. Holman bowls. Down the track comes Hammond, pushing back up to the bowler. No run. Long off, long on back. Deep mid-wicket, deep backward square, deep cover. There's a backward point and a deep gully, as well as a fielder at 45. That's Higgins. And a mid-wicket. 13 for the next batting point. 65 for the fourth, as a drive from Hammond brings a single out to deep cover, and Williamson Actors on to strike on 8. This is the matchup, isn't it? Holman and Actor. Can he resist? Trying to put the leg spinner back over his head. Well, they've brought up mid-off and mid-on.
I think, again, he's got licence. Yeah, the shots that he's played since coming out.
So slip, short mid-wicket, short extra cover. Holman in, Actor pushes defensively back to the bowler.
Requirements getting pretty steep at New Road, where Brooks out for 12, Libby's on 101, but they need 150 from 14.1 overs now.
Forward again goes Actor, pushing to extra cover at up ball. Swept up in the air, held by Helm at 45, coming around. Actor's gone for 8, 7 down Gloucestershire, and 8 overs to bowl at the end of this match. 3-3-8 for 7 it is. Holman has 2 for 46, and Actor's gone for 8.
Yeah, they sort of needed a boundary, really. A couple of overs with nearly all dots. 3 off the previous one and only 1 off that one. Actor's option does tend to be the sweep shot or the reverse, but not catching hold of it. It hasn't looked an easy shot to play, the sweep shot. Even Hammond has struggled a bit with some of the ones that he's executed, and he's one of the better players of the sweep shot in this Gloucestershire side, so it's just a little bit of variation of bounce maybe. Todd Murphy has come out at number 9. I wondered what order Murphy, Taylor and Shaw would come out in, but Murphy has got the nod. Had a good game with the bat last round. 22 not out in the first innings, and then 33 in the second innings. 3 for 106 with the ball, but won't get a chance at one final innings with the ball for Gloucestershire, you wouldn't think, anyway. Unless we're going to have something utterly silly.
Well,
no, we've got these overs, we may as well play them out. So yes, his last act of his Gloucestershire stint. It'll be the non-striker's end to start with, though, because Hammond is ready to face De Carey's, who bowls round the wicket. Hammond down the pitch and slamming the ball along the ground, down to long off for a simple single. So 339 for 7, and the left-handed Murphy will take strike. He did enjoy a big step into a cover drive off Alex of Hartley and Green. And what's his first class average up to now after that last game. 16.2. De Carey's in. Paddle sweep first up from Murphy. Only be a single. Down to backward square running across. So 340 for 7. Is it 60 now from 7.4 overs for 400? Oh, I don't know. Depends what sort of a mood Hammond's in, I suppose. De Carey's in, driving Hammond through the offside, slicing it for a single. .341 for 7.
How long do you think it'll take us to warm up after being on this balcony?
While. Also gone with fairly short socks today as well. They're not ankle length, but just feeling the cold there particularly. Oh, that was fired through by De Carey's, and Murphy tried a reverse hit and reverse missed it.
Does that mean you hit it?
I don't know.
He reverse missed it.
Don't know at this stage. De Carey's bowls. Murphy goes for the big one and gets plenty of bat on that. Straight down the ground, over mid-off and away for 4. Neil Pratt signalled 4 before that ball had gone over the boundary.
He didn't. Match referees down there.
345 for 7.
Go tell him.
Well, field drops back now after, well, I say possibly after having seen that, but also because they would like Murphy on strike for the next one. De Carey's goes in and bowls, and Murphy cuts it into the ground, and it loops up in the air for Cracknell to take with his right hand. There's no run, so 7 off that over. A need for 455 from the remaining 7 overs, and Middlesex are hunting 2 more wickets. I must say, I didn't imagine that we would be here in the last hour for this game, but it's Cheltenham, so it finds a way of keeping you there into the last hour. But where would we rather be?
2 balls. Well, it won't be all over in 2 balls because Gloucestershire will still be going for bonus points themselves. But it could all be over in 3 balls. Here's Holman. Right arm around the wicket. 3, 4, 5 for 7. He's in bowls, and that is slammed for 6. Oh, how far has that gone? Has that cleared the temporary stands? Or is it in the stands? There's a few moving in the stands, suggesting it's still in there.
I think the
no, there
one
it is.
gentleman's moving down. There we go. It must have
It's
must
about
have bounced
6
down.
rows back. Oh, you reckon it bounced back down to that point?
Oh, I don't know.
That's the 350 up as well.
I thought it was hit. I thought it was hit further than that.
Yeah. Yep, I thought that had gone many a mile out of the ground.
There was only one place that was going when that ball pitched.
Here's Holman again, bowls, and this is tickled backward square on the leg side by Hammond for a single. Moves to 68, 352 for 7. So 6.4 overs to score 48 runs, or for Middlesex to claim 2 wickets.
Yeah, and whilst the run rate was climbing, when you've still got Hammond there, run rates of 7s and 8s, it's not much. And again, he knows that he can make it up, even if it climbs a bit later on. Waited for that drag down, which at some point you're likely to get if you hang about.
So Holman to Murphy. The fun begins. We've waited a while for it, haven't we? But it should be a bit of crash bang wallop now.
No
for a few
fielder at
overs
cover at all as well, so it's a tempting gap for him.
And the leg spinner is in, bowling to the left-hander, who boldly gets him away fine on the offside with that little manufactured
Is it a full reverse?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so. I don't know if it was. Well, it wasn't really a scoop or a ramp. He played it quite wristily, actually.
Holland's response is to remain around the wicket to Murphy. Slipping a short leg. Down the track he comes. Oh, he gets toe into the bat on that as he wristily works it away. Just trapping the bat down on it in the end. Almost yorked himself, didn't he? Single out to deep square. 3-5-7 for 7. Where's your money yet?
In terms of the 400.
In terms of Gloucestershire getting at the 400 or Middlesex get the bowling point. It's 6-all, isn't it, in the bonus point stake now? Did we think we'd be saying that at the start of the day? Here's Holman bowls and... Oh, it's flayed up in the air. It's going to land safe. Deep mid-wicket. It's desperately trying to come in. Hammond took one hand off it, ended up swatting it flat batted with just the top hand on the bat into the onside.
Gosh, I've seen some weird bits of cricket. If it's just stopped on him to such an extent that, of course, your eyes light up as soon as you see that short ball, and if it just stops, anything could happen.
Here's Holman bowls, and it's driven out to deep cover where there is no fielder. Mid-off comes around to cover on the boundary to collect, and a couple are taken for Murphy. He moves to 14. Gloucestershire are 3. No, he moves to 12, does he? 12 it is. Gloucestershire are 3-6 deep for 7. 6 overs to go. 2 wickets for Middlesex to go 7-6 up in the bonus point stake. 40 runs for Gloucestershire to go 7-6 up in the bonus point stake.
Was that 15 off that over?
Was it?
I think so. So I think they're going to persist. They're certainly going to persist with old ball and spin for now. They still can take this new ball and go back to seam. We certainly don't look as though we're going to get through any extra overs in this final hour. Mr. Carey's bowls to Hammond down the pitch, a one-handed swing towards long off. It'll bounce once in front of long off. Didn't get to that one, Hammond, and still went through with the shot anyway and just hoped. And he just about chipped it short of the fielder.
Would you believe my rain alarm's just gone off?
Oh,
Is it
adding
gonna
to the
spoil?
drama.
Is it going to spoil the climax we have waited 4 long days for?
It's the one thing though when bonus points do get decried. It's the
Well, it is and it isn't.
at least it's given us something.
We wouldn't have had a day freezing on the balcony today. The umpires would have called it off at 11 o'clock.
De Carey's bowls to Murphy, who goes for a huge hit over extra cover and misses the ball. Sue's on a walkie-talkie.
Dane Villas down on the balcony having a chat with Sam Robson, passing on an instruction or two for the field.
De Carey's to Murphy, slaps a cut shot into the offside, quick single, and yeah, they'll make it. It was a one-handed pickup at extra cover, but no throw.
I mean,
62 for 7.
It's almost T20 cricket now, isn't it? The
Yeah.
field. Helm's a fantastic death bowler in T20 cricket. I wonder what they think about a Helm.
Yeah, well, that's what again you've
Second
got that new
ball.
ball as well. It could go to him next over. Have 3 overs. De Carey's to Hammond, quick delivery, and he drives it out through the covers, having just contented himself to the 1. So 30. That hasn't moved yet, has it? 37 required from 32 in terms of the 400. Field comes up again for Murphy as De Carey's bowls, takes pace off that. It's swatted by Murphy back to the bowler. Gosh.
Bit windy.
I think I can turn these mics down any further. It is what it is. Field scatter again for the last ball. De Carey's has bowled a couple of tight overs from that college lawn end. Bowls now, it's another slow ball, which was pretty much there for Murphy to cut so that he could keep the strike, which he does. He's on 14 from 11. And Gloucestershire to 364 for 7 at the end of the 84th over. 5 left and 36 required with 3 wickets in hand.
It's getting tight. What are you laughing at?
Sorry, but this is something quite funny about the sort of
The drama of bonus points.
Drama, but then in the end it's for 1 point either way. But
is, yeah.
of course it is at the stage of the season where every point matters, etc. But there is something quite funny about the fact that you look at the scoreboard and you'd think, well, if it's a one innings game, then why weren't they going quicker earlier? Or if it's a 4-day game, why are they still playing?
Oh, Higgins is replacing Holman. There's an interesting move.
Turning it away, yes, yes. You like to have it turning away. Very important.
So here's Higgins around the wicket. He bowls and humongous swing from Murphy, looking to send that out of the college grounds over square leg. Far side of the ground, the marquees, thumps somewhere around the hips, bobbles around, keeper runs around to collect. There was a yelp, but nothing really too optimistic.
Every time I think he can't swing any harder, he swings harder.
Higgins bowls, down the track comes Murphy, clips him over mid-wicket, and that is going to be 4 more. Is it mid-on? Will be beaten. 368 for 7. Murphy's on to 18.
That's a nice shot. That mid-wicket up. So they don't need to be hitting every ball out of the ground. I think Murphy might just be thinking about entertaining the fans, really. But yeah, that's as good a shot as we've seen today. Against the spin, up and over mid-wicket.
368 for 7. And Higgins bowls, Murphy punches off the back foot to extra cover, single taken.
Of course, Middlesex will also slightly rue those 5 runs that they missed out on in the first innings as well.
5 all out, yeah. No doubt about it. All that rankle. Holman took the single, didn't he, and then gave Cornwall the strike. Higgins is around the wicket, down the track comes Murphy, thumps him in the air. Is it going to clear long on? No, it's not, it's taken. Murphy's gone, they're 8 down, 369 for 8, 4.3 overs to go. It was Hammond, my apologies. Hammond's gone, swinging down to long on for 71 off 80. Of course, Murphy punched the single the ball before. So Hammond, the big wicket goes. Higgins strikes. Big wicket for him to take as well.
He couldn't resist Miles Hammond, and again taking on that long boundary. There it is, 8th wicket, and now, well, I suppose it's time for the bowlers to come out and have some fun again. There's probably relatively little for Gloucestershire to lose 1 extra point to Middlesex, and in a way, against Middlesex they still have left to play, so in some strange universe where there's any sort of a chance going into that game, then they've got Middlesex in front of them, as it were, so there's nothing to lose by going after it, I wouldn't have thought. 31 required from 4.2 overs. I'm sure Matt Taylor is enjoying the prospect of being able to go out and hit Ryan Higgins' off spin.
Higgins then to Taylor. Right arm over the wicket. Deep mid-on, deep mid-wicket, deep square, deep cover. Everybody else up. And this ball is squirting off the toe end of the bat through backward point. Couldn't quite tell whether from this angle whether it was toe end, outside edge of the toe end or inside edge of the toe end onto the boot and then away. Higgins again, bowls and down the track comes Taylor and strokes him through the covers, potentially for four. For four it is. Holden can't get there, scrambling around on the ropes. Double teapot from Higgins, but then it's probably not. It's probably to Middlesex's advantage that Gloucestershire's hopes of hitting these 27 runs in the next 4 overs are kept alive.
Yeah, it's not the worst thing. No. Nope. It's slightly unfortunate for Holden out there. I think that on that last little bit, the ball just bounced a bit over his dive.
Yeah,
he'd have been able to keep it in anyway because it was hit firmly. But
yeah, time and space were running out for him there, weren't they? Could you imagine Bob Hunt sat here now? He'd be jumping up and down, wouldn't he? Who's going to win it? 6-all going into the final few minutes.
Oh gosh, now that reminds me of was it? Oh, I can't remember. There was some game, wasn't there, where he placed a bet on Rovers to win 6-0. Was it 5-0? And then they came back to him from an update and it was, oh no, Rovers have scored a 6. De Carey's in, bowls, Murphy just pushes into a big gap on the offside for 1.
Oh, one of his finest was Chris Dent when he went out to bat at Merchant Taylor's School. 250 for Gloucestershire to win. Tricky surface, I think it was. He gave it the big build-up as they walked out. They can do this. Strong start. They'll get going. And first ball, Dent nicks off to slip. Murphy, and his commentary was, Mercer's into bowl to Dent, and no. He must have said 20 no's before one of us filled in. By the way, Dent was caught at second slip. 6-all it is here, though. In the spirit of Bob Hunt. Who's going to find the last-minute winner?
374 for 8. De Carey's to Taylor, who's back and trying to drive. And there's no run to Robson at extra cover. So what are we now? 22 deliveries. Remaining 26 runs to win. Down the pitch and slamming the ball hard to deep mid-on is a Taylor for a single. Are you trying to break my phone charger?
Is that not going there? Is that not the same?
Don't know.
Okay. Suit yourself.
Just
Get
break
me own.
Well, if it won't fit in, I'll just break it.
It's the same thing, isn't it?
Murphy waits on 20. De Carey's bowls, and it's dug out back to the bowler for no run. Ooh. This could be a stalemate yet.
Will the points be shared?
De Carey's is looking at his long off and long on as though he's expecting them to move, but they don't. 375 for 8. De Carey's in and bowls, and Murphy drives, and it's half stopped at extra cover, but it gets by, allowing a single. 376 for 8. Oh, this could be a last ball thriller.
It could well be. Oh,
we're going to get all of them now.
Whose is it going to be? Yours or mine?
I think it's going to be yours. We're going to get all of them now. Every delivery.
Yep.
Well, unless Middlesex take a wicket and Gloucestershire just say, well...
Well, no, I think he'd still swing for it.
Yeah, I think so. Taylor, slog sweep. It's a safe shot because there's no mid-wicket, but doesn't get hold of it well enough to have anything more than 1 run for it. 377 for 8. 3 overs to go.
Oh, the drama.
New road. Worcestershire need 105 from 9.5 overs. So they're still just about keeping themselves
How many down?
in with a chance.
Oh,
5
new ball
down.
taken. New ball taken. Ooh. Cornwell to blast them out at the last. Well.
Oh, I think I'm going to have to stand up again.
You're right.
Just keep moving. It's the good thing about these headsets, actually. They've got extremely long cables, so do a
They
bit
are
of
very long, aren't they?
shuffling about.
Yeah.
Kindly provided by our hosts. The
By
headsets.
Gloucestershire?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, these are Gloucestershire's headsets.
I see. 377 for 8. Cornwell to bowl to Taylor on 6. Murphy has 21. They're going to have 2 slips and a short leg. Point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Deep square and long leg. And
the new ball has been taken.
Cornwell is left arm over the wicket. Just quickly getting himself ready. No particular rush about these 18 deliveries for Middlesex now, is there? Actually, that's a good point.
No.
Well, no, over 8's +4.
How's the light?
Oh, yeah.
Mm.
Could you imagine if a shower rolled in now? Isn't it amazing that, well, a point is a point, isn't it? You know, that's 18 balls left of the match. 3-3-7 for 8. Here's Cornwell. Short leg, slipping a gully, crouched down as his left arm over. He bowls, wrapping on the pads, but going down leg side. There's only slip appealed, not even the keeper, I don't think, or the bowler.
I can see why, because you know, you think you've got 10 and 11 in now. This might make life a little tricky for Gloucestershire in terms of getting the 400 as well. But Middlesex are really only thinking in terms of that one wicket.
Cornwell, he's in, bowls, and that's driven away. Ooh. Through the covers for 4, little bit of width. Open the face, Taylor. He's on to 10, 3-8-1 for 8.
Can you imagine if Gloucestershire get to 400 for 8 and declare?
Oh, stop it! No, they wouldn't do that.
You're not allowed. I don't think they can do that.
No, you're not allowed to declare to deny the other team points.
No, you're not. That's. I only raised it to annoy you.
No. I saw the most infamous form of that. 55 for 8. Somerset declared on the first morning at Lord's. 55 for 8 on the first morning. Langer said he wanted to get out and bowl in those same conditions before the conditions changed. Middlesex were fuming, absolutely fuming.
Can I just say, it does always seem to be Middlesex in those sorts of situations.
And Somerset. Here's Langer, left arm around, bowls, and oh, it's a wide down the leg side. Brilliant stop by Crattenley, save 4 runs there. Very good tumbling stop. Left arm around, Cornwell sprayed that one. They run the bye. 3-8-2 for 8. What are we down to? 15 balls, 18 runs, 1 wicket. 6 all as it stands in the bonus point stake. What are you eyeing up? Oh. Should have known. Sun glimpses through for one final peek here at Cheltenham College before the game's done. Cornwell left arm over, he bowls, and the left-handed Murphy swings him to a deep mid-on for a single.
Matt Taylor touching and going for a second run.
Was he? Well, I suppose trying to put the pressure on the fielder, I guess.
His ball's been hit murderously hard to mid-on.
Yeah.
Of all people deployed to misfield that. Kane Williamson's loosening up down there.
Cornwell slipping a gully and a short leg crouching down. He's in. Bowls and short one through to the keeper. Has he nicked it? He has. He's gone. Middlesex have their 9th. They have maximum bowling points. Goodness me, it's been a whole day of it. Right down to 2.2 overs to go. Middlesex have their 7th bonus point of the match, so they'll take 15 from it. Gloucestershire, 9 wickets down. They still need 18 runs for their next bonus point. Cracknell the catch, Cornwall the wicket. Taylor's gone for a fine 10 from 9 deliveries. And we will go a little bit closer towards that final ball now. It's 17 runs, my apologies, 17 runs to win with 13 balls to go. Here comes Josh Shaw.
Yeah, well bowled by Cornwell again, because asking Taylor to try and get hold of that one, it was going to be very hard for him to get on top of that. And just a little top edge was probably about all he could do, really. And so Shaw comes out with Gloucestershire still thinking about 17 more runs, and Middlesex going to bowl to try and deny them these runs.
Surely not. .383 for 9. Roland Jones running the drink. And he's under 5's top. He's under 5's bib. It's cut off at the belly button, isn't it? It's a crop top, I guess. In his red bib crop top.
Sort of crop tank top then.
Yeah. Here's Cornwell. He's got 2 for 52. Shaw, the new batter. 383 for 9. Higgins is warming up at mid-on, perhaps to bowl some seam up before the game's done, having been bowling spin. As Cornwell's in, bowls attempted Yorker. It's clipped out to deep backward square leg. And there are 2 overs to bowl with Gloucestershire 384 for 9, needing 16 more runs for another batting point to make it 7-7 in the bonus point stake. 7-6 Middlesex lead.
I suppose.
Or there'll be a last-minute equaliser.
Middlesex will
It's almost
continue to stick everybody back on the boundary, really.
It's almost an injury time equaliser now, isn't it? Since it's 6:15 and the schedule closes 6.
Well, the schedule closes actually
6:30.
because I'm being pedantic. 6:14.
Yes. But
So we're now at 6:14. So there can't be any more overs in the final hour.
so it's injury time.
So yeah.
Go on. They're looking for an injury time equaliser. In the spirit of Bob Hunt. Come on, Ed, you can do it.
I don't think I'm going to be able to do a doiji. I don't even want to do a full-on.
A full-on Bob Hunt.
Bob Hunt would be disrespectful. There's only
No, it wouldn't.
one. There's only one Bob Hunt.
The most disrespectful man, and the reason why you loved him as much as we did, Bob Hunt. There was no standstill ceremony with Bob.
Right, everybody back on the boundary. Middlesex obviously vitally wishing to deny Gloucestershire this 7th bonus point of the match. And Gloucestershire needs 16 runs with the last pair at the crease. Higgins bowling from the College lawn end. He's bowling pace now, thinking about a second run. It's possibly on. There's a slung-in throw from Deploy, but it's way wide of the stumps, and they do make it back. So 14 required. Most of the crowd, and there was not a big crowd, there was never going to be a big crowd. I think all of them have stayed to the, well, it's a bitter end in terms of being bitterly cold. But it's 14 required for the 400. Higgins to Shaw, who smashes this one in the air. He's got that way back over the leg side and towards the temporary toilets. 6 runs to Shaw. And Gloucestershire to 392 for 9. His old opening bowling mate as well. Well, actually, I'm sure probably more often have been first change with Higgins in the side, but I'm sure they will have opened the bowling a few times together in the past. It was a brutal thump from Shaw. There is certainly proven in the past that he can hit them. Back to last year, that 6 off Andy Gorvin off the last ball of the blast match at Sophia Gardens to win the game.
So, Middlesex secure their 15 points. We were weighing up, weren't we, if there'd be any contriving of a setup here. Would Middlesex try for the 15 points with the bonus points, or would they forfeit those 3 bonus points and say to Gloucestershire, let's just go straight for the win, in which case, if they got it, they'd walk away with 20, but if they didn't, they'd walk away with 4. But 15 points, it keeps them alive. But they are going to be reliant on a favour from elsewhere.
Of course, now with 8 required from 10, Middlesex can't simply put everybody back on the boundary, so they've hedged their bets a bit. They're going to have pretty much a T20 field now with 4 in the ring. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off and mid-on, so the straight hit's still available. Higgins bowls, it's a slower ball to Short, who plays good, sensible cricket, just clips the ball into the onside. There's a tumble there, they're going to come through for a second run. The throw comes in, it overshoots Higgins, and they're through for 2.
Who's copping it from Higgins? It's Cornwell out there, is it?
Yeah, because I'm not sure that the tumble was really the right thing. Probably would have been better to leave it to the other fielder who wouldn't have been diving, and then, because it was only as soon as that fielder left the floor, that's where they knew there was 2 available. So 6 required, and now 9 balls to do it in. So an extra fielder has to come up mid-wicket. Is that fielder? Higgins in and bowls to Shaw, who flicks that one to the onside. Oh, the fielder almost misjudged that and ends up having to dive at the last minute to stop it. Otherwise that would have been 4, as it is just the single.
I think he was worried about the second bounce there, wasn't he?
Yeah.
That he was worried that in clipping to the onside, he didn't roll the wrists on it. But it was almost scooped to the onside, wasn't it? And he was worried, I think, that the spin on the ball was going to take it the other way.
Yeah, oh, we saw it throughout the T20 games here, how hard it was, those little bobbles. Murphy on 22 takes strike, 395 for 9. Higgins round the wicket, bowls to Murphy, drop and run into the offside, and that will work to perfection. The gap at cover still left there, and although backward point had come in a step closer, that single was available, so 4 for the equaliser. Short 12 off 5. De Carey's warming up in front. Perhaps he'll have the last over. Higgins bowls, wide delivery, and it's been wided by umpire Pratt. To be honest, I don't think Higgins even is particularly bothered by that, because it looked as if it was pretty close to landing off the cut strip from this angle anyway. Oh yeah, that's almost landed on the return crease line. Would have been an extra run if it had gone completely off the cut strip. So 397 for 9. Still 1 ball to go in this over. Higgins in and bowls, and Shaw pushes it back to the bowler. Higgins will field. So there'll be no run, and we've come down to the last over. The 3 runs required for the extra point for the 400. And decision as to who will bowl. De Carey's was keeping himself loose, I suppose, just in case Deploy gave him the call, but it looks as if it will be Noah Cornwell.
I think you should probably take this, shouldn't you? Is this your over? It's 3 for the bonus point, 3 for the last minute equaliser, the injury time equaliser to make it 7-all.
Oh gosh, that reminds me, going back to last year, that sensational finish in the Glamorgan game. Handed the last over to Nick Webb because there was 2 to win. Ended up with that absurd catch from James Bracey off the last ball for the first tie in Cheltenham Festival history, and Glamorgan 1 run short of the first-class record chase. But what else could you do but expect Glamorgan would get it and break history? Cornwell then over the wicket bowling. Murphy edges down to the boundary at deep third, but it's stopped there by the fielder waiting. And it's 2 required. A slip would have snaffled it, but Middlesex are on the defensive, so there isn't one. Murphy on to 24. Cleared that front leg and rather slashed at that, did Todd Murphy. So for short, there will be no fielder back on the offside other than the deep third as well for that edge. Long leg back, deep forward square. Extra cover and mid-wicket in pretty close. 398 for 9. As Cornwell left arm bowls, and that's clipped to mid-wicket. There could be run out, and it misses at the non-striker's end. And Shaw gets through. Oh gosh, that was a chance there for Max Holden, is that?
Even the Seagulls are excited.
Just about scrambled through. It didn't look as if there was a run there ever to short mid-wicket, but it's 399 for 9. There are 4 balls remaining. Gloucestershire down to their last pair at the crease, looking for the 400 for 1 more point, and it has ended up being entertaining fare just for a day's spectacle. Everybody in. There's a slip and a gully. Backward point in close. And Cornwell runs in now. He bowls to Murphy. Murphy cuts at it and misses through to the keeper.
Oh, it's good fun, isn't it?
It is good fun in the end, yes. It made a bit of light of the jeopardy of the situation. But again, you know, if you turn up to watch today, you've seen a bit of back and forth with Middlesex wickets and Gloucestershire runs. You've seen a maiden first-class ton from Joe Phillips. And there are 3 balls remaining. Cornwell into Murphy, who struck high up on the pad. They're running through for it. The throw will miss the stumps and go for overthrows to the boundary that will count because the game's still alive. So that will be the most ridiculous end to a game I've ever seen. The game will finish with 5 leg byes.
Yes.
Hands are being shaken. Gloucestershire will finish on 404 for 9, and both teams will take 15 points for the standings. Well, they've done well in a way, I think, to get any sort of cricket on today, really, given the state of the outfield this morning. I think a lot of people who would have turned up would have thought that there was no chance of play at all, with a lot of rain having fallen, the outfield being hard and not allowing the rain really to soak through. But we've got some cricket, we've seen some entertainment. Joe Phillips, 136, the highlight of the day from a Gloucestershire perspective. Middlesex fought hard, they've got those 3 bowling points, and Gloucestershire in the end have grabbed 4 batting points.
Well, well, well. What a finale, what a finish. What a silly game cricket can be sometimes, but don't we just love it? Could you believe, really, when we were waiting for all of this, that we'd have somehow ended up with a thrilling handshake at the end of the game? Probably as thrilling a handshake as you could imagine in cricket at the close of a game. So well done the umpires who walk off. They got this game on today, didn't they, and the match ref for getting this game going, and both teams walk away with what they wanted at the end. Both teams walk away happy to some extent. There was talk there might have been some sort of contrived result, that somebody would go for the win, but both lived to fight another day, although obviously heavily reliant on results elsewhere going into their final 3 games. But Middlesex will look at those Glamorgan fixtures, 2 away, 1 at home, and that could well be Jimmy Anderson's last game, we never know, but nonetheless Middlesex will have to just try and maximise their points return for the final few games to try and make it up, as obviously Gloucestershire will as well, and heavily hope on results elsewhere.
Yes, it's going to be hard from Gloucestershire perspective, especially because of the fixtures that they've got left. I think there would be more hope if they were playing the teams around them. They've got Middlesex last, but their other 2 games are Leicestershire and Northamptonshire, so you sort of, when you get to that sort of deficit, I guess you need to be making up points against those teams around, and it doesn't look especially likely, but certainly some good things in this game in the end from Gloucestershire's point of view, and particularly Joe Phillips with his ton there. That will be something very much to carry forward. Smiles all round down below. There's always a very good spirit between these two teams, if not between the two commentators. No, I'm only joking. But anyway, obviously plenty of connections. It's been great to have Kane Williamson back at the Cheltenham Festival, making that 153. Ryan Higgins returning as well, I think for the, well, certainly for the first time in Championship cricket since moving back to Middlesex. And yeah, both teams say end up with 15 points apiece. So Gloucestershire will go back ahead of Northamptonshire into 6th place. In fact, they will go ahead of Lancashire as well again, with Lancashire ending on 127. Just trying to refresh that table, but I believe that's right. Middlesex will go to 138 and Gloucestershire will go to 131, so they'll move 4 ahead of Lancashire. So in fact Gloucestershire will end up in 5th place after this round, and Middlesex will end up in 4th. We'll look forward to the final fixture of the season between these two sides at Lords. It is one-day cup action here on Tuesday as Gloucestershire take on Derbyshire. A reminder, there will not be BBC commentary on that game, or indeed on any of the one-day cup group stage games. But as far as BBC commentary goes, we'll be back for the resumption of the County Championship in September, with Gloucestershire taking on Leicestershire at Grace Road. Thank you very much for listening throughout the 4-day part of this Cheltenham Festival. It's been an immense pleasure to bring it to you once again, and let us all hope that we'll be back next year at Cheltenham with plenty more 4-day cricket to enjoy. From all of us here, it is goodbye and enjoy the rest of your day.